the expenditures of large sums of money.
I certainly wouldn't have expected it, Mr. Dash, no.
Well, before Sam Dash starts to press John Mitchell about the money that went to Gordon Liddy, we're going to take a short break. We'd like to remind you that you're not missing any of the testimony as we take these pauses. We simply stop the videotape and then we restart it again a few minutes from now. So public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As we go back to the hearings, Majority Counsel Sam Dash is about to compare Maurice Stann's testimony with John Mitchell's version of a meeting on payments to Gordon Liddy.
Now, shortly, and I think this again is a restatement of what occurred, shortly after the March 30 meeting in Key Biscayne, Liddy in April did ask for an initial payment from Mr. Sloan on a $250,000 budget. Mr. Sloan has so testified, and asked that that initial payment be $83,000. Are you aware of that request of Mr. Liddy's?
I'm not aware of the request, Mr. Dash, with respect to the dollar amount, and I'm sure that the committee recalls the dialogue from Sloan's to Stan to Mitchell to Stan's to Sloan with respect to it, in which amounts were not discussed. It was a question of did Magruder have continuing authorization to authorize expenditures, and of course the answer was yes.
Well, was it not more? Maybe perhaps you have a disagreement with Mr. Sloan's testimony or Mr. Stan's testimony, but According to Mr. Sloan's testimony, he was quite concerned about the sizable amount, the $83,000, and went to Mr. Stans to see if Mr. Magruder had such authority, and that Mr. Stans went to you. And according to the testimony of Mr. Stans on page 1644 of the record, just paraphrasing it, Mr. Stans, although not mentioning a particular amount, asked whether, if any amount, that Mr. Magruder wanted to give Mr. Liddy would be all right, and that you said yes, any amount.
I said that Magruder had continuing authority to authorize expenditures of money. Up until that time, I guess he'd expended $3 and $3.5 million.
No, but did you recall that in this particular case, Mr. Stans was asking you about Liddy? Mr. Stans,
I don't have that recollection. It was a question of Magruder's continuing authority, but I won't challenge or dispute Mr. Stans' statement on the subject.
Well, that was his testimony. Now, you had just had a meeting with Mr. Magruder on March 30, in which Mr. Magruder was asking to approve a $250,000 plan that would authorize giving Liddy this kind of money. And what your statement now is that you did tell Mr. Stans that Mr. Magruder could pay Mr. Liddy any sum of money that Mr. Magruder wanted to pay him.
Don't put it in the context of any sum of money. It was a fact that existed, Mr. Dash, in connection with the Liddy had been in the intelligence and information gathering field. I think Mr. Stans has testified up here to that time. He'd been authorized $125,000, and it's in the context of the fact that Magruder has continuing authority to authorize monies, and if Mr. Stans says with respect to Liddy, I can take it on the same basis to authorize money in connection with the ongoing programs that Liddy had been carrying out.
Well, that would be true, Mr. Mitchell, in the abstract, but here we're dealing
with... Well, this is the abstract, Mr. Dash, because there were no sums involved and none discussed, and this has been the testimony.
Well, it took Mr. Stans thought it was necessary to come back to you, and this is shortly after you were aware that Mr. Magruder was seeking to get approval of the Liddy plan for $250,000. Did that come, come across your mind?
We had no discussions whatsoever with respect to an approval of a Liddy plan of $250,000, and Mr. Stans has testified that he never heard about it.
Oh, no, I'm not.
And I am so testifying that I never heard about it in connection with the discussion of whether or not the authorization from Magruder to Liddy had anything to do with a $250,000 plan.
But shortly after the March 30 meeting, you were being asked, Mr. Stans, if Mr. Magruder could pay sizable amounts to Mr. Liddy.
No, there wasn't any sizable amounts. We didn't talk about numbers. We didn't talk about sizable amounts at all. What we talked about was, did Magruder have continuing authorization? Stans says to provide money to Liddy. I say continuing authorization, and it's still the fact that it's continuing authorization to Liddy. We're not talking about $250,000. We're not talking about sizable amounts. We're talking about what could conceive to be the ongoing program that had already expended $125,000.
But just one last question then on this, Mr. Mitchell. Then why was it necessary for Mr. Stans to come to you if it wasn't a sizable amount that was involved? Why was
Mr. Stans has already testified that he didn't know the amount involved and didn't discuss it with me.
I think Mr. Stans' testimony is that he asked if any amount was to be paid to Mr. Liddy. Would that be all right?
I don't recall it on that basis, Mr. Dash.
Let me just read to you, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Stans' testimony on page 1644. And I said, meaning Mr. Stans speaking, do you mean, John, that if Magruder tells Sloan to pay these amounts or any amounts to Gordon Liddy, that he should do so? And he said that is right.
Would you go back and pick it up so I can hear the prior testimony?
Well, let me just go back. And I will quote the conversation with John Mitchell as best as I can paraphrase it. It is not precise, but I saw John Mitchell a relatively short time after and said, Sloan tells me that Gordon Liddy wants a substantial amount of money. What is it all about? And John Mitchell's reply was, I don't know. we will have to ask Magruder because Magruder is in charge of the campaign and he directs the spending. And Mr. Stan says, I said, do you mean, John, that if Magruder tells Sloan to pay these amounts or any amounts to Gordon Liddy, that he should do so? And he said, that is right.
Well, I would respectfully disagree with Mr. Stans on the fact of substantial amounts. Our discussions had to do with respect to the authorization by Magruder in the continuity of the way he had been acting. This was as I was coming aboard in connection with the campaign.
All right, now, Mr. Mitchell, were you aware that on or about May 27, 1972, there was in fact a break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate?
No, sir.
Right. And did you know of the code name Gemstone for any of the wiretapped fruits that came from that break-in?
Not until a great deal later down the road, Mr. Dash.
When you say that, how far down the road?
I'm not quite certain. I believe it would be substantially down the road.
Before June 17th or after June 17th?
Oh, it's much after June 17th.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Magruder kept a so-called Mitchell gemstone file as well as a Haldeman gemstone file prior to June 17th?
I've heard testimony here, Mr. Dash, that I believe it was Mr. Reasoner, that they kept a Mitchell file in which documents would be placed for Mr. Magruder to come up and discuss them with me.
Yes, and I think that Mr. Magruder's also testified to that effect.
Yes, about a file that would have documents, memorandums, et cetera, and I am not aware of anybody testifying the fact that there was a special Mitchell gemstone or any such file.
Well, that the Mitchell file did include on that testimony, do you recall, that it included gemstone documents?
I recall Reasoner stating that he had put the documents in there, yes.
Well, do you recall Mr. Magruder testifying that he had taken these documents and showing them to you?
I recall it very vividly because it happens to be a palpable, damnable lie.
What is the lie, Mr. Mitchell?
The lie, well, let me lay out the scenario for you because my answer will come with the scenario. I paid particular attention to this because of the fact that Mr. Magruder said that at his regular 8:30 morning meeting, sometime within a week or a week and a half from the time of the initial break-in, that he brought certain documents to my office at the regular 8:30 meeting to display them to me, and that I was dissatisfied with them, and that I called Gordon Liddy up to my office and raised holy hell with him about the fact that they were not the type of information that was wanted. Now let me go back and pick up the facts with respect to the meeting. First of all, I had an 8:15 meeting every day over at the White House in connection with activities that were governmental, but I sat in on. Secondly, if you have my logs that are very, very accurate and correct, you will note that there was no meeting in any morning during that period when Mr. Magruder and I were alone during that meeting. Thirdly, I have never seen or talked to Mr. Liddy from the 4th day of February 1972 until the 15th day of June 1972, either in person or on the telephone. And thirdly, I would like to point out that Mr. Dean's testimony is that when he first debriefed Mr. Liddy on the 19th of June, Mr. Liddy told Mr. Dean that Magruder was the one that had pushed him concerning the second entry on the 17th of June. And I can't conceive of anybody, if they had Mitchell as a scapegoat, why they would get down to Magruder and use him as the one that had pushed him. So I am using that dialogue to point out the reasons why this meeting couldn't and didn't take place.
So just taking that dialogue, you were aware that there was no love lost between Mr. Liddy and Mr. Magruder, and he might well have wanted to, since we're speculating, put the blame on Mr. Magruder.
As I've just stated, Mr. Dash, I never saw Mr. Liddy from the 4th of February till the 15th of June, and I can't tell you whether it was love lost or not. I think there's testimony that if they had a controversy, it should be kept away from me and settled at lower echelons.
Well, if Mr. Liddy didn't see you, did Mr. Magruder show you the gemstone file as he indicated he did?
No, he did not, and I just got through denying the fact that he did, and I'm pointing out the reasons why he didn't, because of the circumstances and the time in which he's talking about and the meetings that are referred to in those logs.
Now, you don't recall, then, any statement by Mr. Liddy to you indicating that the O'Brien microphone was not working and that he would have to fix it?
Mr. Dash, the only statement that I've had with Mr. Liddy, the only conversation from the 4th of February until this very day was one single meeting that shows in my log on June 15th, 1972, where Mr. Liddy was brought into my office by Mr. Van Shumway, the public information officer, to discuss with me a letter that Mr. Liddy had written on Mr. Stan's request to the Washington Post, having to do with some charges that have been made by the General Accounting Office dealing with the Corrupt Practices Act. And Mr. Shumway didn't want that letter to go to the Post without my approval. I looked at the letter and gave the approval, and that was the end of it. That's the only conversation I've had with Mr. Liddy, so it couldn't possibly be as you were inferring.
Well, without seeking to challenge at all, Mr. Mitchell, your testimony, would it not be true, and since you referred to the log or what may or not appear in the log, that if a name does appear in the log, it's perhaps likely that such a person did meet with you during that time, but does it actually mean that if a name does not appear, that such a person never entered your office?
I believe that to be absolutely true, Mr. Dash. If you go back and look at that log, you will find that the aide that I had sitting in the next office to me when he came in to see me, that was logged. When my daughter called on the telephone, or when my wife called on the telephone, by the way, my wife called a lot more often than my daughter, but regardless of who it was that called or who came into the office, that was logged in that particular circumstance.
Well, are you aware, and I don't know if you followed all the testimony, Mr. Mitchell, but are you aware that sometime earlier in the beginning of these hearings, that Mr. McCord, in his early testimony before this committee, gave some corroborating evidence, although hearsay as it was, to the effect that Liddy told him that the reason they had to go into the DNC on June 17th was because you, Mr. Mitchell, were unhappy about the false or the ineffective working operation of the O'Brien bug.
Mr. Dash, that fits right in with Mr. McCord's testimony. Is the only reason he did any of this is because he thought he had the approval of the Attorney General of the United States and the Counselor of the President. That just fits right in with it.
Well,
but the fact of the matter is that I never saw or talked to Mr. Liddy from the 4th of February until the 15th of June.
All right, now, Mr. Mitchell, where and when did you first learn of the break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters that took place on June 17, 1972?
Well, I was in California for the weekend on an extensive round of activities, and to the best of my recollection, Mr. Dash, it was on Saturday morning. I'm not sure who the individual was that told me. I was moving with Governor Reagan from a hotel to a place where there was a series of political meetings. To the best of my recollection, when I arrived there, I was advised of it. There was considerable concern about the matter because I was holding a press conference out there and we didn't know what the circumstances were. I believe that by that time that they had Mr. McCord, his name had surfaced, or Mrs. McCord had called somebody at the committee about it, and obviously there was an involvement of the committee for the re-election of the president.
And what, if anything, did you do? while still in California?
While in California, I did a number of things. First of all, I continued to carry out the schedule that I had there, which was quite extensive for 2 days. I asked the people, particularly Mr. Mardian, who was there, to get as much information about it as he could. I put out a statement to the effect, I don't know whether it went out that there or after we came back, to the effect that we didn't understand this, that Mr. McCord was one of our employees. He also had a separate consulting firm. It was basically an attempt to carry on the extensive schedule that I had, which of course is in the book that you're well aware about, and at the same time try and get information as to what had happened back in the District of Columbia.
At that time out in California, did it ever cross your mind when you read about this that perhaps the Liddy plan had been put in operation?
Well, it had crossed my mind, but the players were different, and of course there was a lot of discussion about CIA, and because of the Cuban Americans that were involved, and it wasn't until actually later on that it struck home to me that this could have been the same operation that had a genesis back into the earlier conversations.
Well then, after you returned from California, and I understand that was on June 19, 1972.
Yes, sir, it was.
When and how were you briefed as to what actually happened in this matter?
Well, how was I briefed as to what actually happened?
Yes.
Well, that's such a broad statement that I could tell you for the next 6 months I was being briefed on it.
Well, I mean, let's take the...
But let me,
right.
excuse me, Mr. Dash, you're asking the question.
No, that's right. I think you were about ready to give me a shorter answer than a longer answer.
Well, I was giving you a shorter answer to the fact that the first so-called briefing on what had happened, and you used the word actually, which I'll have to omit from that for the time being, because I've never quite got to the bottom of it, was after Mr. Mardian and Mr. LaRue had met with Mr. Liddy, and Mr. Liddy provided them with quite an extensive story on Mr. Liddy's activities.
Could you tell us briefly what that extensive story included?
Well, it included the fact that he was involved with other individuals in the Watergate activity, that he had also made surveillance of the McGovern headquarters, I believe it was, and that he had previously, as part of what has since become known as the Plumbers Group, acted extensively in certain areas while he was at the White House in connection with the Ellsberg matter and the Dita Beard matter and a few of the other little
Well, when you say the Ellsberg matter, what specifically are you referring to?
Well, I'm referring to well, it certainly wasn't the prosecution.
No.
It obviously had to do with the surreptitious entry of the doctor's office in California.
And when you refer to the Dita Beard matter, what specifically did you learn through Mr. LaRue and Mr. Mardian that
Well,
had to do with
my
that?
recollection is correct that he was of assistance in spiriting her out of wherever they spirited her out of, New York or Washington.
Now, was there a meeting in your apartment on the evening you arrived in Washington, June 19th, attended by Mr. LaRue and Mr. Mardian, Mr. Dean, Mr. Magruder?
Magruder, myself, yes. That is correct.
Do you recall the purpose of that meeting, the discussion that took place there?
I recall that we had been traveling all day, and of course they had very little information about what the current status was of the entry of the Democratic National Committee, and that we met at the apartment to discuss it. They were, of course, clamoring for a response from the committee because of Mr. McCord's involvement, et cetera, and we had quite a general discussion of the subject matter.
Do you recall any discussion of so-called either gemstone files or wiretapping files?
No, I had not heard of the gemstone files as of that date, and as of that meeting, I had not heard of the fact that anybody there at that particular meeting knew of the wiretapping aspects of it or had any connection with it.
Did either you or anybody in your presence at that meeting recommend to Mr. Magruder that he have a good fire at his house?
Not to my recollection, there was no discussion of the destruction of documents at that meeting.
Now, you are aware of Mr. Magruder's testimony that he did get the idea from that meeting that he should destroy the documents and that he did, in fact, burn the gemstone documents afterwards.
I'm aware of the testimony that he had, and I think his testimony was one of these general things. It was decided that or something to that effect, but to my recollection, there was no such discussion of it.
Now, during this period, which is the latter part of June and led on to the part during July, perhaps as well, and August, you did become somewhat aware, if not fully aware, of the fact that Mr. Magruder had been very much involved in the so-called Liddy bugging operation of the Democratic National Committee headquarters, and also of the Liddy hunt operations, as you've indicated, for the plumbers, the activities that you described earlier. Were you not also aware, Mr. Mitchell, of the wiretapping of certain journalists and staff members of Mr. Kissinger after the so-called leaks of the Salt Talks?
Mr. Dash, which question do you want me to answer?
Well, I think the first...
We're going from July of '72 back to someplace in '69, and I'm not quite sure how you want me to approach it.
Well, you did become aware during June and July of Mr. Magruder's involvement in the break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters.
We had people such as Mr. Liddy and so forth say yes, that Magruder was involved. Magruder was saying no and one time and maybe yes at the other time and so forth. But we were aware of the fact that certainly Mr. Magruder had provided the money, if nothing else, and that during the latter part of June and the early part of July seemed to be where all the focus was as to how much money Mr. Magruder had provided to Mr. Liddy.
But there came a time when you were aware that Magruder himself had admitted to certain persons, whether it was Mr. Mardian or Mr. Parkinson, that he had been involved but was going to give a false story about what he had done.
Well, I don't want to get Mr. Parkinson in there, and I don't know about Mr. Mardian because Mr. Magruder had told them 2 or 3 different stories, and Mr. Parkinson, Mr. O'Brien, obviously went ahead on a story that they thought were to be the fact. Now, as I understand the sequence of events, when this thrashing around was involved, or occurred, involving everybody from the President of the United States and the chairman of this committee and everybody on down the line, as anybody that they could think of to name, Mr. Parkinson brought... Not this committee. I was going to use some other committee. I think we better use some other committee. The fact of the matter is that, to the best of my recollection, that Mr. Parkinson got Mr. Magruder and Mr. Porter down to his office and put him in a room and said, now I want you to write down what your statement is on this subject matter because it's probably going to be used as a deposition before the grand jury or certainly for submission to the Justice Department. So I want to make sure that Mr. O'Brien and Mr. Parkinson are not involved in this.
All right.
It got to the point where I had a very, very, very strong suspicion as to what the involvement was, yes.
And with that, you also had the suspicion, if that's the word you want to use, that Mr. Magruder story that he was writing down and was going to give in the depositions or the grand jury was not a true story.
Well, this came on later. I didn't know what he was writing down on July 15th or whatever it was. It came later.
Well, there came a time when you did become aware of that.
That is correct.
About when was that?
Oh, I would say sometime before he went to the grand jury in August sometime.
And you were aware then that he was...
I don't want to duck your question on these wiretaps that happened
I'll
back
come
in
to that in a second.
1969.
I'll come back to that in a second. But you did become aware, at least by the time he testified to the grand jury, that Mr. Magruder was in fact testifying to a false story.
I became aware or had a belief that it was a false story.
As a matter of fact, there were a number of meetings that you had with Mr. Dean and Mr. Magruder, Mr. LaRue, and Mr. Mardian, at least in which part of the discussion that took place at that time was Mr. Magruder's testimony before the grand jury.
I would have think there'd been more than one meeting on the subject matter, yes.
I think the calendar will show that there were quite a number of meetings in which you at least met with those
no
gentlemen.
question about it, but there were a lot of other subject
Yes.
matters being discussed at that time.
And also, was it true that Mr. Dean began to serve as sort of a liaison between this group that you were meeting with and Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman?
Well, Mr. Dean was serving as a liaison between the Committee for the Re-Election of the President and the White House, and I'm sure that that would have meant Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman.
And then, to the best of your recollection or knowledge, were you aware that Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman were being kept informed on the question or the strategy to conceal Mr. Magruder's actual
I have no
activity?
specific knowledge of that.
Well, did you ever discuss that with Mr. Haldeman or Ehrlichman?
No, sir, I never did. You're talking about the Magruder testimony?
Yes.
To the best of my recollection, I've never discussed it with him.
You don't recall that at all?
I don't recall it, no.
Did
And let me say that Mr. Dean was the conduit, was the party who acted between the two committees and came back and forth and discussed things with us, so that whether...
But did you have any communications with Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Ehrlichman yourself during this period of time?
Oh, I'm sure I had numerous communications, but it probably had to do with the running of the campaign or other such matters rather than what Mr. Magruder might be testifying to.
Did it have anything to do with the so-called White House horror stories or the scandals you learned about from Mr. Marty and Mr. LaRue based on Mr. Liddy's statement? Did that come up?
No, you're talking about this time, you're talking before Magruder...
Before Magruder's testimony to the grand jury.
Before the grand jury. I would believe that during that period of time that there were some discussions of the so-called White House stories, yes.
Yes. And was there a concern?
Horrors, I mean, not stories.
Horrors. And was there a concern expressed by you and Mr. Hall and Mr. Ehrlichman concerning whether those stories would be revealed during this campaign?
I think that we all had an innate fear that during the campaign that they might be revealed. I don't recall discussing it specifically in that area, but I'm sure we must have had a mutual concern about the subject matter.
Well, did you yourself form a personal position as to what should be done about revealing this material?
I formed the opinion and a position that I did not believe that it was fair to the President to have these stories come out during this political campaign.
And were you aware that there was a program actually going on so as to actually prevent these stories from coming out?
Now, which program are you talking about, Mr. Dash, so I'll be sure to answer your question properly.
A program on the part of yourself, Mr. Dean, Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Ehrlichman, and perhaps Mr. LaRue and Mr. Mardian, to see to it that the information that got to the prosecutors or to the grand jury or to the civil suits did not in any way include any of this information concerning the so-called White House horrors, as you've described them.
Well, Mr. Dash, that's a very broad question that covers a lot of areas. I may answer it perhaps by saying that we sure in hell weren't volunteering anything. And in addition to that, we were involved in a very difficult series of civil litigation, as you know, that involved discovery and all of the rest of it. So we were not volunteering anything.
But you say you did come to know that prior to Mr. Magruder's testimony that he was going to testify falsely.
I think I can put it on the basis that I had a pretty strong feeling that his testimony was not going to be entirely accurate.
Right, and that this discussion, I think you've already testified, was part of the discussion of some of the meetings with Mr. LaRue, Marty, and Dean, and Magruder.
That is correct.
Would it be correct?
I think the best way to put it is that Mr. Magruder would seek an audience to review his story that he was going to tell rather than somebody was trying to induce him to do so. I think Mr. Magruder has testified that nobody coerced him to do this, that he made up this story, that he did it of his own free will, and so that it was more on the basis of Mr. Magruder recounting to these assembled groups as to what they were going to testify, what he was going to testify to.
But would it be fair to say, Mr. Mitchell, that it was the interest of the group to have the story that did go into the grand jury and the ultimate indictments that did come out cut off at Liddy so that Mr. Magruder, who was in such a high position in the committee, would not be involved in that indictment?
Mr. Dash, I think you're jumping from one conclusion to another without the bridge. What we were really concerned about were the White House horror stories. Now, if the cutoff that you speak of helped in that direction, perhaps that was probably the case. In other words, the Watergate didn't have the great significance that the White House horror stories that have since, of course,
all right, then would you then say that that whatever cover-up was taking place at this point, concealment or not volunteering information, had to do with actually to prevent the so-called White House horror stories rather than Watergate break-in?
Well, this was certainly my belief, rationale of it. And I would believe that people in the White House, certainly some of them that might well be involved, certainly would have similar interests.
Well, did Mr. Dean, in carrying back the messages from Mr. Haldeman Ehrlichman, do you indicate that, in fact, he had informed them of the positions taken, the strategies that were being followed by your group?
I can't say for a fact that whether he did or did not. I would have to believe that Mr. Dean was reporting to those gentlemen over there. Mr. Dean, as a proper lawyer, proper counsel, was very limited in his discussions of what he did or said with people in the White House, and that's the way, of course, he should have acted.
But I think you've testified that you at least discussed with Mr. Haldeman Ehrlichman the problems involved in the Liddy operations and the Ellsberg and other situations.
Yes, and that was somewhere down the line, probably much later than the time frame in which you're talking about in relationship to Mr. Magruder's appearance before a grand jury.
All right, now let's just get back very briefly to the so-called wiretapping of the journalists and Mr. Kissinger's staff as a result of the Salt Talk leaks. Were you aware or participate in those wiretaps?
Mr. Dash, I find it hard to give you a specific answer other than the fact that, yes, I was. To what extent, I do not know. This happened in 1969. They were national security wiretaps. They should have a full record of everything that I was handled in the Department of Justice, because every security tap, whether it be the strict national security in dealing with foreigners or whether it's the type that the court has since frowned upon, is filed in the Department of Justice.
But this would require your authority as Attorney General, would it not?
I would believe that the FBI would probably not operate without it. I'm not sure of that, but I would believe that that would be the case. Now, let me go on to point out two other things. Number one, I don't recall there being that many people involved. I remember some members of the National Security Council that they thought were very much suspect. The second point I would like to point out, which again gives me memory problems, is that the newspapers and accounts have said that some of these were on for a year and a half or 2 years or something to that extent. Well, we had a rule that I put into the department where they had these national security taps had to be reviewed every 90 days. And so there again, I would have had a memory jog along the way if this be the case.
Well, do you
So
have
what
other-
I'm saying is that I think your best evidence is over in the Department of Justice and not my recollection.
Well, would the President's recollection be of assistance, Mr. Mitchell? Are you aware of the President's statement of May 22nd?
I'm aware of that reference in the statement of May 22nd. I don't know where the information came from. It may quite conceivably be correct. I brought the matter up through correspondence with Mr. Ruckelshaus, and I thought I got a very fuzzy answer back. But as I say, the evidence is in the Department of Justice, and you ought to have access
Right.
to it.
But you do recall that in the statement of the President did say that these areas did have the approval and were selected, along with others, by the Attorney General of the United States, which was you at the time.
Mr. Dash, I've seen a lot of statements that come out that, I'm not referring to the President, but which people who dig out the information frequently get their facts wrong.
Well, this is a very important statement by the President, May 22nd.
I thought Mr. Buzzard's statement was quite important as far as I was concerned, too, but I think we found out what the distinction was there.
You're not suggesting that Mr. Buzzard prepared the May 22nd statement?
I'm not suggesting anything.
Well, did you believe, Mr. Mitchell, and I put the term believe at this point, have any belief as to whether the President was aware of the either events prior or after the break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters? When I say events, I mean the actual bugging and the cover-up that took place thereafter.
I'm not aware of it, and I have every reason to believe, because of my discussions and encounters with him up through the 22nd of March, I have very strong opinions that he was not.
Well, now how? What? The President specifically talked to you about this subject, or did you talk to him about the subject?
No, it's primarily on the, I don't want to say no to exclude it, and I will explain the natures of the conversations if you so desire. Matter of fact, you may go through that list, and I'll get a chance to do them one by one. But what I'm saying is that I think I know the individual. I know his reactions to things, and I have a very strong feeling that during the period of time in which I was in association with him and did talk to him on the telephone, that I just don't believe that he had that information or had that knowledge. Otherwise, I think the type of conversations we had would have brought it out.
But generally, would you say it's fair to say that much of your opinion that you express is based on your faith in the President and your knowledge of the man, rather than any specific statement that the President made to you or that you made to the President?
Well, I subscribe to the first two. I do have faith in the President. I do think I have knowledge of the man, and I do think there were enough discussions in the area, in the general area, to the point where I think the subject matter would have come out if the President had knowledge.
Well, now, Mr. Mitchell, you did become aware, as you've indicated, sometime around June 21st or 22nd, when you were briefed or debriefed by Mr. LaRue and Mr. Mardian about so-called, as you've described it, White House horrors, the Liddy operations and the break-in. Did you yourself, as the President's advisor and counselor, tell the President what you knew or what you learned?
No, sir, I did not.
Why did you not?
Because I didn't believe that it was appropriate for him to have that type of knowledge, because I knew the actions that he would take, and it would be most detrimental to his political campaign.
Could it have been actually most helpful or healthy to his plan?
That was not my opinion at the particular time. He was not involved. It wasn't a question of deceiving the public as far as Richard Nixon was concerned. And it was the other people that were involved in connection with these activities, both in the White House horrors and the Watergate. I believed at that particular time, and maybe in retrospect I was wrong, but it occurred to me that the best thing to do is just to keep the lid on it through the election.
Well, then it is your testament that you, in fact, did not say anything to the President at that time
No,
concerning
sir.
any of these matters?
No, sir, I did not.
So whether the President had any knowledge of this certainly couldn't come from lack of knowledge or knowledge from any statement that you made to him.
That is correct, Mr. Dash.
Now, were you aware of the fact that actually prior to Mr. Magruder's testimony that Mr. Dean rehearsed Magruder for his testimony before the grand jury?
I did not recall that, Mr. Dash. If you're talking about the testimony that took place on
In August.
in August, the second appearance.
The second appearance.
I was not aware of that.
And prior to Magruder's third appearance, which dealt with the diaries and the meetings in your office, were you aware, or do you recall a meeting between you, Magruder, and Dean in which a discussion was had concerning how he was to handle that testimony and how he was to testify concerning those meetings?
Well, it wasn't a question so much as to how to handle the testimony. It was a question of what the recollection was, and that, as I recall, Magruder's testimony had to do with the destruction of diaries that were already in the possession of the grand jury. But I think Mr. Dean's testimony is a lot closer to the recollection that I have of the meeting. It was a question of what was the purpose of it, who was there, and what could be said about it to limit the impact of the whole concept of it.
And did Mr. Magruder indicate that he was going to not testify concerning any intelligence plan, but would testify that he was there to discuss the election laws?
Well, the election laws were discussed, and I think the thought was that he would limit it to the election laws.
Or did he limit his testimony to election laws?
election laws.
Right. And you were aware then that he was going in September to testify, not completely, if not falsely, concerning the meetings on January 27 and February 4.
Well, I believe that's generally correct. As I say again, this is something that Dean and I were listening to as to his story as to how he was going to present it.
Well, wasn't this also consistent with your effort and program to keep the lid on, so to speak? I mean, you were interested in the grand jury not getting the full story. Well, isn't that true?
Maybe we can get the record straight so you won't have to ask me after each of these questions. Yes, we wanted to keep the lid on. We were not volunteering anything.
As a matter of fact, would it not be fair to say, Mr. Mitchell, that the most consuming issue that occupied you and some of those you were meeting with during this time was exactly the question of keeping the lid on during that?
No, I wouldn't say that's correct, Mr. Dash. There were many other political activities that took place, and of course, we probably spent more time in connection with the civil litigation than we did in connection with this particular aspect of it.
Well, did you become aware at this time, sometime around July or August, that payments were being made to the defendants and support for their family?
I became aware in the fall sometime, and I can't tell you when it was. It probably it's the time in which one individual stopped making the payments and the other individual took it up, whatever time reference that was.
And did you know that Mr. Kalmbach had been involved in that at all?
I had learned that, yes.
And did you also learn that in September he had decided not to be involved anymore, and that Mr. LaRue took up the responsibility of handling the funds to make these payoffs?
Yes, sir. I did.
Now, when did you leave your position as the director of the campaign?
On the 1st of July, 1972.
And when you did leave, you were aware, were you not, that Mr. Magruder was staying on as deputy director, at least, of the campaign?
Yes, he stayed on as Mr. McGregor's deputy.
And were you not aware when you were leaving that Mr. Magruder at least faced some serious problem of being indicted on the break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters as of July 1st? As of July 1st,
I think that was a potential, yes.
Yes. Now, you did meet with the President on June 30, 1972, just before you left, and I understand you had lunch with the President.
That is correct, sir.
Did you think it your duty to tell the President at that lunch before you left that the man who was playing such a key role in his campaign, Mr. Magruder, had such a problem that he might be indicted for the break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters?
Mr. Dash, I think you and I have gone over to the point where we have established that the White House horror stories had come out in connection with the problem at that particular time, and there wasn't a question of lifting the tent slightly in order to get with respect to one individual or another. It was a keeping the lid on and no information volunteered.
Well, even if the lid had been kept on the so-called White House horrors, wouldn't it be very embarrassing to the President of the United States in his effort to be reelected if his deputy campaign director was indicted for the break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters?
I don't think that, so far as the Watergate concerned, there was a hell of a lot of difference between the deputy campaign director and the counsel for the Finance Committee and the security officer. Quite frankly, it was, as far as the Watergate was concerned, that it was already the public issue with the parties that were involved.
There came a time, did there not, Mr. Mitchell, that the pressures for money by the defendants, especially Mr. Hunt, increased. Could you just briefly tell us what you know about that?
Well, I'm not sure, Mr. Dash, that I can tell you very much about it, other than the fact that somewhere along in the fall, Mr. Hunt had a telephone conversation with Mr. Colson, which I think covered the subject matter. And then later on, as I recall, Mr. Dean has got in the record a letter from Mr. Hunt to Mr. Colson, which I think is quite suggestive of the fact that he's being abandoned. And then I heard later on that in March of this year there were oral communications from either Hunt or his attorney relating to requests for legal fees and so forth, which were communicated to the White House.
How did you hear that about that request, the March request?
The March request, I think I probably heard about it through Mr. LaRue, if my memory serves me right.
Do you know about how much money was actually being requested at that time?
I can't really tell you about monies across this period of time. It seems to me that the March request had some amount in the area of $75,000, which Mr. LaRue described to me that was being requested by counsel for their legal fees in connection with the representation of Mr. Hunt.
And did Mr. LaRue ask you what your opinion was, or whether you should pay that amount of money to Mr. Hunt or his counsel?
Mr. LaRue, to the best of my recollection, put it in this context: I've got this request. I've talked to John Dean over the White House. They're not in the money business anymore. What would you do if you were in my shoes? And knowing that he had made prior payments, I said, well, if I were you, I'd continue and I'd make the payment.
And in that advice to Mr. LaRue, I take it, was a consideration that unless that payment was made, that Mr. Hunt might, in fact, uncover the so-called White House horror stories.
Well, Mr. Dash, I don't know how you can move from the fact that Mr. LaRue told me that it was for legal fees to the point where we're uncovering the White House horror stories, but it may be there. I wouldn't.
Didn't that enter your mind, the pressures that Mr. Hunt, in fact, you indicated that there were requests in the form of pressures for money that...
I don't think, Mr. Dash, in March of 1973 that those things were entering my mind, because I think, as you're well aware from other testimony, I had refused to even consider raising money for these purposes a long time before that.
But you were aware that there was a sum of money available for that at the White House, were you not?
I was aware that there had been one at one time, but I didn't know how far they had gotten into that particular fund.
Was this the $350,000 that had come over from the Committee for the Re-election of President?
That's the
to
only
White House?
That's the only fund that I was aware of, yes.
Why, Mr. Mitchell, did you refuse around that time to raise any money for the payment of legal fees?
Well, not only around that time, but all other times. I've never raised any money for anything, and I wasn't about to start for that particular purpose.
Well, did you ever make any suggestion that the money that should be used for that purpose was the $350,000?
No, to the best of my recollection, I had a conversation with Mr. LaRue, I'm sure at his instance, not mine, in which he pointed out that the funds, whatever source they were, that he had for the support of and the payment of the lawyers' fees of these individuals had run out. Did I know where there was any other money? And I suggested that maybe he ought to call over to the White House and see if the $350,000 that had been sitting over there since April was available for the purpose, and I understand that he did so.
Did you ever recall attending a meeting in January with Mr. Kalmbach and Mr. Dean, in which you asked Mr. Kalmbach to help raise money for these legal fees in support of families? January 73.
January 73. Since our conversation of yesterday, Mr. Dash, I've continued to rack my brain, and I have no recollection of that. I know that there was a meeting on that day, January 19th, a foundation meeting over here in Blair House, in which both Mr. Kalmbach and Mr. Dean were there, but I have no recollection of any meeting beyond that.
Yeah, now, did you become also aware of Mr. McCord's demands, and were you in touch with Mr. Dean concerning Mr. Caulfield's approach to Mr. McCord?
Yeah, somewhere through the middle of it, because I was in Florida from sometime, I think, the 20th of December through the 8th or 9th of January. Well, a lot of this was
What role did you play? What did you learn?
I learned that Mr. Dean had Mr. Caulfield contacting Mr. McCord and talking to Mr. McCord.
About what? Do you know about what?
About what Mr. McCord's attitude was concerning the predicament that he was in and what he was going to do.
At that time, did you hear that Mr. Caulfield had been authorized to promise some form of executive clemency to Mr. McCord?
I don't believe so. I think the only conversations that I'd heard about executive clemency had to do with Mr. Colson and Mr. Hunt.
Well, what was that to you, the best of your recollection?
The best of my recollection was that somewhere along the line, and I gather that would be in 1973, early 1973, there were discussions of whether or not Mr. Hunt, well, I gather he had approached Colson or through his lawyer had approached Colson on the subject matter, and the essence of it was that Mr. Colson's word was the only word that Mr. Hunt would take with respect to executive clemency, whatever that meant. That's the substance of my overhearing of discussions on executive clemency.
Now, Mr. Mitchell, did it become aware to you, apparently, that after the election and after the questions concerning the funds that were being requested by Mr. Hunt and Mr. McCord's concern, that whatever you discussed as keeping the lid on might come uncovered? That sometime around December or January, did that ever occur to you?
Well, it always occurred to me the possibility that the so-called lid would become uncovered. Of course, I always hoped that it didn't, for the very simple reason that there was no necessity of scarring a president who was not involved or through his White House activities or the activities in the White House.
No, but the real possibility of it becoming uncovered, and now that the election was over, so it wouldn't affect his election. Did it
wouldn't affect his election. It would affect his presidency, Mr. Dash.
Well, you were aware that, and I think from your own statement, that the President was unaware, and you had personal knowledge or knowledge that was in that you had received from others of certain activities that, if they did become known publicly, could either injure or destroy the President's second administration. Then this, after the election, did it occur to you to tell the President then?
Well, I'm sure it occurred to me, and probably in hindsight, I probably should have. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
Didn't you think that it was the President's prerogative to know what to do about those matters?
The decision has to be made, and it's a tough one, whether or not he is not involved in them, he does not know about them. Will this go away? I knew that they were going to change the personnel in the White House, and hopefully it would be gone. He would not have to deal with it, and he could go on to his second term and second presidency.
But you were taking a major risk. You were taking a major risk, were you not, Mr. Mitchell?
I think you're taking a major risk anytime you have to deal with the White House horrors under any circumstance.
Now, you had plenty of opportunity. I think that the opportunities you had, you spoke to the President quite frequently on the telephone, and you met with him. I think the logs indicate that you did have these opportunities, and on no occasion, I think, is your testimony that you did speak to the President about these matters.
Now, which matters are we talking
about? Again, the White House.
About disclosing these matters?
Disclosing the matters.
I did not talk.
The White House horrors, the break-in of DNC.
I did not. Well, now let's not pass this over to the point where on the 20th of June, when I talked to him, I apologized to him for not knowing what the hell had happened, and I should have kept a stronger hand on what the people in the committee were doing, etc. And then further on down the road in these political meetings that are shown on the log, there were discussions about appointing a commission of the type of the Warren Commission to investigate this matter, and special prosecutors and things like that. I don't want to leave the impression that it was never touched upon.
I didn't say, I'm not talking about what you talked about Watergate as such. I'm talking about the so-called cover-up, the White House horrors, and what your own knowledge was based on information given you as to who was involved in the break-in of the DNC.
Well, I've answered that I did not talk to him about it.
And although you're on the 20th.
I also answered it. In hindsight, it'd probably been a better idea if I had.
Now, also on March 27th, did Mr. Magruder come to see you in New York?
Yes, sir, he did.
And do you recall that he testified that he came because he began to be aware or concerned that things might unravel, and therefore wanted assurances from you that he'd be taken care of? Do you recall that?
I recall very well, Mr. Dash, because of the fact that it was based on the McCord letter to Judge Sirica, and Mr. Magruder wanted to talk to me about the potentials of his being brought back before the grand jury on a perjury counts.
Well, did you promise him at that time, as he testified, that to the best of your ability, although you were no longer in office, you would help him to either get executive clemency or support or rehabilitation?
me, and probably in hindsight, I probably should have. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
Didn't you think that it was the President's prerogative to know what to do about those matters?
The decision has to be made, and it's a tough one, whether or not he is not involved in them, he does not know about them. Will this go away? I knew that they were going to change the personnel in the White House, and hopefully it would be gone. He would not have to deal with it, and he could go on to his second term and second presidency.
But you were taking a major risk. You were taking a major risk, were you not, Mr. Mitchell?
I think you're taking a major risk anytime you have to deal with the White House horrors under any circumstance.
Now, you had plenty of opportunity. I think that the opportunities you had, you spoke to the President quite frequently on the telephone, and you met with him. I think the logs indicate that you did have these opportunities, and on no occasion, I think, is your testimony that you did speak to the President about these matters.
Now, which matters are we talking
about? Again, the White House.
About disclosing these matters?
Disclosing the matters.
I did not talk.
The White House horrors, the break-in of the DNC.
I did not. Well, no, let's not pass this over to the point where on the 20th of June, when I talked to him, I apologized to him for not knowing what the hell had happened, and I should have kept a stronger hand on what the people in the committee were doing, etc. And then further on down the road in these political meetings that are shown on the log, there were discussions about appointing a commission of the type of the Warren Commission to investigate this matter, and special prosecutors and things like that. I don't want to leave the impression that it was never touched upon.
I didn't say, I'm not talking about whether you talked about Watergate as such. I'm talking about the so-called cover-up, the White House horrors, and what your own knowledge was based on information given you as to who was involved in the break-in of the DNC.
Well, I've answered that I did not talk to him about it.
And although you're on the 20th.
I also answered it. In hindsight, it'd probably been a better idea if I had.
Now, also on March 27th, did Mr. Magruder come to see you in New York?
Yes, sir, he did.
And do you recall that he testified that he came because he began to be aware or concerned that things might unravel, and therefore wanted assurances from you that he'd be taken care of? Do you recall that?
I recall very well, Mr. Dash, because of the fact that it was based on the McCord letter to Judge Sirica, and Mr. Magruder wanted to talk to me about the potentials of his being brought back before the grand jury on a perjury counts.
Well, did you promise him at that time, as he testified, that to the best of your ability, although you were no longer in office, you would help him to either get executive clemency or support or rehabilitation, any of the things that he had been asking about?
Let's take executive clemency. No, I've never promised that to anybody. Obviously, there's no basis upon which I could. With respect to you're talking about support and so forth, what I told Jeb Magruder was that I thought he was a very outstanding young man that I liked, that I'd worked with, and to the extent that I could help him in any conceivable way, I'd be delighted to do so. And this was exactly the same conversation that we had the next day down in Haldeman's office.
Did Mr. Magruder then ask for that meeting with Mr. Haldeman, that he
felt
that he needed an assurance from somebody who's still in the White House?
That's right.
And you met with Mr. Haldeman on the 28th of March.
28th of March, that is correct.
What kind of assurances were being sought by Mr. Magruder there, and what was being given to him?
Mr. Magruder was, again, concerned that, well, he didn't express it too directly, but he thought that he might become the fall guy. It seems to me that everybody around this town that were involved in this all thought they were going to become a fall guy, but he thought he was going to be one.
Did you, Mr. Mitchell?
Did I?
Yeah.
No, contrary to the stories that I've read, I didn't believe that to be the case. I'm quite anxiously waiting to see if there's some possibility of that, other than some misguided counsel who wrote a piece of paper from which cross-examination was to be made.
You're getting back to Mr. Haldeman's and Mr. Magruder's meeting with you on March 28th.
Yes, it was the same general discussion. I may have problems with my perjury. I don't have any money. Am I going to be deserted? Are you people still going to be friends? Will I be able to get counsel and this type of conversation?
And did Mr. Haldeman make any kind of promises to Mr. Magruder at that time, in your presence?
None other than the fact to help him as a friend, and I think Mr. Haldeman has so testified to that.
Now, did you have a meeting with Mr. Magruder and Mr. Dean after that meeting with Mr.
Yes,
Haldeman?
sir. Mm-hmm.
And what was that meeting about?
Well, this was held at Magruder's request because he, again, was concerned about this perjury question that he might have, and the meeting was a quick run-through, again, of the recollections of the individuals as to what was discussed prior to Mr. Magruder's third appearance before the grand jury back in September.
Did you agree at that time, Mr. Mitchell, that you would hold the line, at least to limit, if you recall, to limit the meeting to the discussion of election laws?
No, that was not the basis to hold it to the election laws, Mr. Dash. The basis of it was a recollection of what had happened and how it would have affected Mr. Magruder's perjury. You see, if you go back, Magruder had said there'd only been one meeting when there actually had been two, and so forth. There wasn't a question of holding the line on anything. It was a question of the recollection of what actually did happen vis-a-vis what Magruder apparently had testified to.
Well, he was obviously concerned as to what your position was going to be if you were called before the grand jury. And did you make any assurances to Mr. Magruder at that time?
Any assurances to
as to how you would testify before the grand jury if you were called? As to those meetings?
I made no such assurances as to how I was going to testify because obviously I was going to testify as to what happened.
Did Mr. Dean make any assurances to Mr.
Mr. Dean had a very hazy recollection of what had happened, and obviously, as I think Mr. Dean testified, didn't want to discuss the matter. He had already, of course, gone to counsel and was looking after Mr. Dean's...
Well, you were aware in April, did you learn during April, that Mr. Magruder and Mr. Dean had gone to see the prosecutors?
I learned about Mr. Magruder. I didn't learn about Mr. Dean.
And were you personally aware of Mr. Dean's meetings with the President in March and April that he testified to before this committee?
Only the meeting of March 22, at which, of course, I was present.
Well, I'm talking about the meetings of September 15, 72, meetings of February 28.
No, Mr. Dash, you're talking about 72?
Well, first, all of the meetings of September 15, 1972 with the President, February 28, 73, March 13, 73, and March 21st. Are you aware of those meetings?
Now, let me put it this way. The only meeting that I was aware of Mr. Dean and the President was the one I attended on March 22.
Now, at that meeting, was there any discussion by the President, by you, or by Mr. Dean concerning the Watergate, either cover-up or who may be involved in an indictment or anything like that on the 22nd?
None whatsoever. The total discussion had to do with the White House's response to this committee. And I think it was prompted, or at least that was my understanding at the time, it was prompted by the fact that the President was getting a pretty good knocking around in the press on the question of executive privilege. I believe it arose with respect to the Gray hearings, but it certainly was to be applicable to this committee's hearings.
Well, just a couple of last questions, Mr. Mitchell. I think you've testified already, and quite frequently, that you did not personally inform the President of any of these so-called White House horrors or the efforts to keep the lid on of the Plumbers' activities. That's correct.
Sure.
And are you personally aware of anybody else having any conversation with the President concerning these activities?
Not in my presence, and I'm not aware of anybody having ever reported to me that they have had.
And likewise, it is your testimony that the President does not discuss these events or their cover-up with you or, to your knowledge, with anyone else? To your knowledge?
If I understand your questions, he has not discussed them with me or anybody else to my knowledge.
your
The
knowledge,
answer is that is correct.
Well, therefore then, Mr. Mitchell, at least in leaving your testimony at this time before the committee, is it not fair to say, or is not true, that according to your testimony, you are not in a position to state to this committee of your own knowledge whether the President in fact knew or did not know of the break-in or the bugging of the Watergate or the cover-up efforts that took place after June 17, 1972?
And the only thing that I can state to my own knowledge, Mr. Dash, is so far as I know, he does not know of either of those circumstances.
But that statement is not made of any information that the President told you or you told the President, or anybody told you about what the President knew.
Would you repeat that again?
Well, I say
please?
that statement that you've just made is not based on anything the President told you specifically, or anything you told the President, anything anybody told you that he had told the President.
I understand the thrust of your question. That is correct. It's based solely on my association with the President and not conversations on the affirmative side of the subject matter.
I have no further questions.
The committee will stand in recess till 2 o'clock.
So, with a final attempt to determine the President's knowledge of the Watergate activity, Sam Dash has concluded his examination of the witness. While the senators go for lunch, we're going to take a short break. Public television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the Senate caucus room now, Minority Counsel Fred Thompson is about to ask John Mitchell about government intelligence operations.
Mr. Mitchell, you have testified concerning the so-called 1970 plan, or the Houston plan, or the Houston project, and then in answering questions from Mr. Dash, you went into talking about what you now know to have become the Plumbers Project in the White House. Would you say that the plumbers in the White House, as you now know them to be, was their formation was a logical extension of this 1970 plan, which was evidently rescinded?
I wouldn't say so, Mr. Thompson, because of the time frame intervening and also the consideration of the Interagency Evaluation Committee in the meantime. I think that was somewhat of a self-starter later on, caused by events, and if I would have to guess without knowing, it was probably generated about the time of the Pentagon Papers. Now, these are opinions I'm giving to you. I have no knowledge on it.
You mentioned a feel for need of coordination between the intelligence gathering agencies, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Was this just in the White House, or was this also in the intelligence community?
Well, it was in parts of the intelligence community, and it certainly was in the Justice Department. We, as I think I mentioned this morning, found that we were receiving intelligence from quarters where we might not have expected it, in connection with anticipation of violent acts in connection with demonstration, and at other times just pure violent acts. I mentioned the Alcoholic Tax and Firearms Bureau, which had, I thought, quite a very competent intelligence capacity, certainly in connection with some of the problems that we had in the Justice Department. I know that Mr. Hoover and Mr. Helms had broken off their liaison that they had established in connection with the CIA and the FBI. There was great interest of finding a vehicle to reestablish that in a meaningful way, and so that basically the implementation of the Interagency Evaluation Commission was to take personnel from the different intelligence gathering areas, put them into one room where they could sort out and exchange ideas and, of course, evaluate what intelligence they have. One of the problems that I found in government was that there was very frequently a great deal of collection of intelligence, but the evaluation and dissemination lacked a great deal.
Then was this need for better coordination because of problems that the agencies themselves were having internally, or was it because of external considerations, or both?
Well, I think I can best answer that to point out that there were many events that happened in this country, including the bombing of the Capitol and other such events, that if we had had appropriate intelligence in advance, we might have been able to prohibit them. I know that in connection with many of the large demonstrations that we had in Washington, while 99% of those people that came for peaceful protest and to petition their government, that there was always that lunatic fringe that was bound to and determined to thrash the place and to cause damage. And if we'd had better intelligence in some of these areas, I'm not excluding them to those, but in other areas, perhaps a great deal of that could have been prevented. That was the basis upon which the interagency evaluation committee was considered in concept and put into place.
All right. Let me leave that now a moment and invite your attention to the November 24, 1971 meeting, which I believe you had with Mr. Liddy and Mr. Dean when Mr. Dean brought Mr. Liddy to your office, and I believe
Yes, sir.
introduced him to you. I believe your response to questioning this morning was to the effect that at that time you were not aware that Mr. Liddy was to be involved in intelligence activities as such, but that you later on you understood that he would be.
No, I don't think that's quite true, Mr. Thompson. I think that what I referred to as the Liddy prospectus about his job description at that time which is one of the Dean exhibits, had a one-line reference to it in connection with gathering of information or intelligence or whatever it might be.
Just the one line? Do you recall any discussion about?
No, I don't. As a matter of fact, it's one sentence, not one line.
Do you have that before
This
you?
is Exhibit 13 of the Dean exhibits. I don't know what committee exhibit it might be.
And you don't remember any discussion about that?
No, sir. The meeting didn't last long enough to
Did there come a time between that time and the meeting on January 27 when you became aware that, or have a greater understanding as to what his role would be in the intelligence field?
Well, I might say that sometime during early December, before Liddy was hired by the Committee for the Re-election of the President, Mr. Krogh brought Liddy over, and it may have been alone or with other people, to discuss the drug abuse law enforcement in which he had been working and which was my knowledge of Mr. Liddy's activities in the White House. I do not recall any meetings, and I'm sure they didn't take place, in which Liddy's intelligence activities were discussed. It could very well be that Mr. Magruder and Mr. Dean, who I understand did have meetings during that period with Mr. Liddy, may have made reference to the fact that he was gathering in intelligence.
Mr. Krogh brought him to your office, you say in December, you think, of that year?
Yes, sir. I can give you the exact date if you wish.
Do you recall right offhand whether it was before or after he went to the committee to re-elect?
Well, I would believe it would have to be before he went to the committee to re-elect, because he was working on this Dale program, the drug program.
All right.
It's December 9, 1971, and there had been, of course, a series of meetings all over the government, including the White House, the Justice Department, HEW, and other places, preliminary to setting up the drug abuse law enforcement program.
I believe you testified that you did not know at the time of your meeting on November 24 what Mr. Liddy had done at the White House, any involvement he had with the plumbers group at the White House or anything of this sort. Is that correct?
That is correct. It was 6 months later before I learned of the so-called plumbers activity.
Were you even aware that he worked at the White House at that time?
Yes, because he was brought over with Mr. Krogh, and I think that it's...
I'm talking about in November 24.
Yes, I was aware he was at the White House because it was so represented at that meeting.
Whose office did you understand
that he was working under Mr. Krogh's aegis in connection with the drug program over there.
All right. Did you know of any other activities that Mr. Krogh had at that time?
Yes, he was very much involved in the White House relationship with the District of Columbia here. In fact, he was their prime contact. But as far as his activities in the area which has since been developed and become common knowledge, I had no such idea.
I see. When you met with Liddy and Krogh in December, did you inquire of Mr. Krogh then, or did you have any discussion as to the nature of Liddy's work at the White House involving any of the plumbers?
None whatsoever. We discussed entirely the Dale program to the best of my recollection.
It seems like, of course, Mr. Krogh obviously knew what he was doing. It seems like that you were being placed in a potentially embarrassing position by even allowing Mr. Liddy to be presented to you, considering the nature of his prior activities. Did not anyone who knew of Mr. Liddy's prior activities mention the fact to you that you were about to take a man on in an important position in the campaign who had engaged in some of these?
None whatsoever. As a matter of fact, Mr. Liddy was quite actively involved in the establishment of this Dale program, which, as you probably know, relates to law enforcement through the use of the courts and grand juries and so forth. And as I understood it at the time, that one of the reasons that Liddy was brought into the Krogh operation and the Ambrose operation and helped setting that up is because he had been a former assistant prosecutor who did have knowledge with respect to the functioning of grand juries.
I believe you made the decision there on November 24 that if it was all right with Magruder, that it was all right with you.
I think that's the general tenure in which it was.
Whose representations were you relying on? You didn't know the man before, you just met him, Mr. Dean?
I was relying on the representations that were made to me with respect to the background of the individual involved.
And who made those representations?
Well, I'm sure they were made by Mr. Dean and by Mr. Liddy with respect to what his background been.
And neither of them mentioned anything having to do with his previous plumber's activity?
No, sir, I can assure you of that.
All right. Mr. Mitchell, you mentioned in your testimony this morning that, or implied, I believe, I think would be a fair way to state it, that perhaps someone prevailed upon Mr. Magruder to supersede your orders. I believe you have made public statements that you would like to know who sent Mr. Magruder back again and again with this thing that you didn't want to come about. I know you don't like to engage in speculation with regard to other people, but these are things that you have volunteered. And I was wondering if you could enlighten us a little bit more based upon your prior experience and your relationship with the people in the White House and things that have occurred since the break-in as to if this is a case. And of course Mr. Magruder wasn't a young man, an individual who was a team player evidently. This was a case. Can you shed any light on who it might have been who was doing this?
Well, Mr. Thompson, this would be purely opinion and would involve people's reputations. I think that if you go back to the testimony of Mr. Dean relating conversations that he had both with Mr. Magruder and otherwise, I think that probably is a better answer to the question than my hypothecation or guesstimate at this particular time.
What part of Mr. Dean's testimony are you referring to?
Well, there are quite a number of areas, and I can't give you the page numbers, but they have in two areas. Number one, what Mr. Magruder told Mr. Dean personally, and what Mr. O'Brien told Mr. Dean that Magruder had told him. And then, of course, there are the statements that Magruder himself made about the telephone calls from Mr. Colson, Mr. Howard, etc. I think that those areas of testimony would probably be a great better source of information than my conjecture.
But I think I see what you mean, and I don't want to try to draw names out that you don't want to present, but you have just presented one name. Would you consider, would it be your opinion, if you care to give us your opinion, as to whether or not it might have come from more than one source?
It's always conceivable.
Do you have any reason to believe that it was either one source or more than one source?
No, I have no ability to weigh the potentials for the sources of concern in this area. Knowing Mr. Magruder, what kind of pressure would he have responded to take an action which, of course, would have been a serious matter to supersede the orders of his superior? Anyone in the White House, for example, do you think, with any kind of authority, would have so impressed him that he would have superseded your orders and acceded to their wishes instead of yours? Well, I'm sure it couldn't have been anybody in the White House. It must have had been somebody in the White House with which he had a working relationship, which he thought perhaps was in the interest of the campaign, or somebody who had what you might refer to as superior authority. A working relationship during the campaign or
or prior to the campaign?
No, I would put this very much in the basis of the working relationship during the campaign that goes to some of the testimony here of the people who evidenced an interest in this intelligence gathering field.
Of course, there were many people in the White House involved in the campaign, were there not?
Was your question, were there many people?
Yes.
I believe that the record shows there were quite a few.
Maybe too many people, would you think?
At times, that was my opinion.
You were discussing some of Mr. Reasoner's testimony this morning with Mr. Dash with regard to the gemstone documents, and I have here verbatim, I think, Mr. Reasoner's testimony. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions after I read that. I believe Mr. Reasoner testified that he's talking about when Mr. Magruder handed him certain documents. I was handed the documents and I was asked to put them in Mr. Mitchell's files. The nature of that is that things that Mr. Magruder might have wished to take up with Mr. Mitchell were put in the file marked, quote, Mr. Mitchell's file. And that is all. That does not indicate any more than that. Were you aware that Mr. Magruder was keeping a file marked Mr. Mitchell's file?
Well, Mr. Thompson, I think I can best explain that is that during my busy schedule, when Mr. Magruder could get in to see me as a special assistant with where he was the clearinghouse for memorandum from other people, that he would have more than one item normally to discuss. They would be in a folder. Frequently we would sit and discuss them, and he would take them back. Others, if they were long position papers on matters, he would leave them with me to read. If that's a Mitchell file, that's the jacket in which he brought the materials into the office.
Did he ever leave such a file with you for any period of time?
Not as a file. He would leave from time to time position papers with me.
So as far as you're concerned, your remembrance is that the Mitchell file was not in fact your file, but his file, which he was using to bring documents to you.
Well, the only thing I can identify is that the folder in which he brought up these memorandums to the office.
What color was it, if you recall?
I don't recall, sir.
You never saw any gemstone documents that you remember?
No, sir, I'm sure.
In retrospect, is it possible that you saw some materials that were the product of electronic surveillance without knowing what you knew?
No, I would believe that if it were electronic surveillance after my experience in the Justice Department, I don't know what forms they are. I haven't seen them to this date. But after my experience in the Justice Department, I think that I'd had a pretty good idea what the source of it might have been, unless it was totally disguised.
So if Mr. Magruder was, in effect, pushing Liddy, and he did come into possession of these documents, and he was either doing it, I suppose, for his own benefit or for somebody else's benefit. I mean, that seems to be patent on his face, doesn't it?
Well, it probably was, whoever was doing it was in the misguided concept that it was in the interest of the campaign. But as I've observed before, I couldn't conceive of what would be in the Democratic National Committee on the 30th of May or the 17th of June would be in the interest of the process of the campaign of the re-election of the president at that particular time. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
At the time that the break-in occurred, what was your professional political judgment as to how the president stood with regard to his chances for re-election?
Well, we go back to the middle of June, and of course, he had improved substantially from his previous lows, vis-a-vis the then front-runner Senator Muskie. It looked like he was on the ascendancy. And
had not some polls indicated that one time or another Mr. Muskie was ahead of Mr. Nixon?
Yes, but my recollection is, Mr. Thompson, and I believe it's correct, that this was somewhat earlier than June.
You didn't consider him in any trouble at that time?
When you're running a campaign, you consider anybody that's likely to get the nomination or run against your candidate may have a substantial amount of trouble with them, particularly when you look at the basis of the registration of the Democrats vis-a-vis the Republicans, and I'm sure that all of you gentlemen are aware of that factor.
The extent of the trouble which you might visualize might have something to do with the measures that you might take in order to confront it, would it not?
I'm not sure I understand the thrust of that question.
Well, I would think that if you thought you had the nomination or the election locked up, you would sit back and take no chances whatsoever. Any person running a campaign, if you could avoid them. On the other hand, that if you considered yourself in trouble, you might take risks that you would not otherwise take. I'm not even necessarily illegal risks.
And they're both hypothetical questions as of June 17th. With respect to the first one, I don't believe that anybody thought that the election was locked up. Certainly with respect to the time element on June 17th, with the potentials of the people that might become the Democrat candidate at the convention that was taking place in July, there were a great deal of uncertainties as to who the candidate might be and as to what the circumstances might be vis-a-vis the incumbent who was seeking re-election.
Mr. Mitchell, let me ask you about another point. Here, an excerpt from the civil deposition which you gave in the Democratic Party suit against the committee to re-elect the president, and I think I'm quoting you verbatim correctly in your testimony. When you were asked this question, was there ever any discussion at which you were present or about which you heard when you were campaign director concerning having any form of surveillance of the Democratic National Committee headquarters? Your response was, no, sir, I can't imagine a less productive activity than that. Is that a correct
I think the total context, as I remember it, Mr. Thompson, had to do with the discussion of Mr. McCord and the security group. And the answer was given in that context.
But this particular question, was there ever any discussion at which you were present? And of course, I assume that just from reading this question, that would involve any discussion with anyone. Are you saying that's not your understanding of
my recollection of the testimony that I gave had to do with the so-called security group in the Committee for the Re-election of the President, which discussed Mr. McCord and the security group, and the answer was in response to that, to my recollection.
Of course, as it reads, as I've read it, of course, it's not an accurate response.
No, I say, as you read it, but I think if you look at the total context of the questioning, it referred to the security group that involved Mr. McCord, which is the subject of the conversation.
Will you not ask any other broader questions about any knowledge that you might have had of any surveillance activities in the same position?
I was asked broader questions with respect, did I ever receive documents that I could identify as coming from electronic surveillance, and broad questions like that.
Do you recall any broader questions concerning conversations that you had?
No, sir, I do not.
It's just a case of not having asked you the right question?
I think that that's the case.
Let me refer to June 19 or 20. I'm not quite sure when it was, Mr. Mitchell. As I understand it, Mardian and LaRue debriefed Liddy and found out what he knew about the break-in, his involvement, the involvement of others. And that at that time he related to them some of the White House horror stories, I believe you would characterize them, the plumbers' activities and so forth. We'll go back to that in a minute, but as I understand your testimony this morning, this is really the reason. The knowledge you got from that debriefing was really the reason why you, in effect, stood by while Mr. Magruder was preparing a story which, according to what you knew from Liddy, was going to be a false story to present to the grand jury.
Along, Mr. Thompson, with some of the other stories that Mr. Dean brought forward to us, the DM papers and the suspected extracurricular wiretapping and a few of the others.
Okay. And that caused you to take that position with regard to Magruder, and also I assume that those factors were the reasons why you, in effect, acquiesced anyway in the payments to the families of support money and lawyers' fees and that sort of thing, which I'm sure you realize could have been very embarrassing, to say the least, if not illegal, at that time. Would that be correct as far as your motivations were concerned?
That is a correct summary of my motivation and rationale for the actions that I did take.
All right. Do you recall the date in which Mr. Mardian or Mr. LaRue related this conversation to Liddy? Of Liddy to you?
Well, he certainly didn't debrief him on the 19th, I'm sure of that, because they were in transit. Whether it was the 20th or 21st, I'm not certain.
They talked to you the same day that they talked to him?
My recollection is that they talked to me the next day, but I'm not certain about that either. But in any event, it was in the time frame of the 21st or 22nd, to the best of my recollection.
Can you recall in a little more detail what they said that Liddy had related to them? You've already mentioned the fact that Liddy said that Magruder had pushed him, and the break-in at the Ellsberg psychiatrist's office, I believe, and the Dita Beard situation. What did Liddy supposedly say with regard to the Dita Beard situation? What did he supposedly know about the White House involvement?
Well, to the best of my recollection, and of course I've heard these horror stories in different versions from different people over the period of the years, the fact that he was either the one or assisted in spiriting her out of town, I believe, was the discussion at that particular time.
Did he indicate, according to them, that the budget for the electronic surveillance operation, which led to the break-in of the DNC, had been approved by the White House?
You're testing my memory pretty hard. I'm inclined to think that he did say that, but this is not that he said it, but that Mardian or LaRue reported to me that he had said it. But you're testing my memory pretty hard on a substance of which I've heard dozens and dozens of repetitions of it.
Did you ever verify any of these facts with the President?
No, sir. I never discussed them with the President.
Did you ever verify any of them with Mr. Haldeman?
I never discussed those specific factors with Mr. Haldeman until a later date. It was at that time that Mr. Dean was acting as the liaison between the White House and the committee with respect to these matters.
Did you ever talk directly with Ehrlichman about these matters?
Not in that time frame. I'm sure that they were discussed at substantially later dates.
73?
Well, yes, possibly before the end of 72. Certainly in 73.
At this time, did you know of Hunt's involvement? Did Liddy tell them about Hunt's involvement?
Yes, I believe he did. In fact, I'm sure he did. Yes.
So, in effect, is what you're saying is that you were basing your later activities concerning Magruder's testimony and concerning the payments and these sort of things, these embarrassment, upon the hearsay information of this man who had presented these outlandish and wild-eyed proposals in your office. It would seem like you'd want some verification from this.
Well, now, let's back up, please, Mr. Thompson, a little bit. You're jumping from the 21st or 22nd of June all the way to knowledge that I obtained down in the fall, and I keep reminding you that Mr. Dean was also aware of these factors and was discussing them with me and with other people. We're talking about the White House problems. Is that what you're having reference to? So it wasn't just what Mr. Liddy had told Mr. Mardian and Mr. LaRue on the 21st, 22nd of June. There were further affirmations of the facts that came out of the White House from Mr. Dean.
Such as what? Concerning these matters that we've been discussing?
Well, as I said a minute ago, one of the things that I do not believe that Mr. Liddy had any reference to, and the Marty and LaRue debriefing with the DM papers and how they had been handled.
Did Mr. Dean verify this with you?
He
To you?
Mr. Dean so stated. He didn't show me the spliced cables, but he told me about the circumstances.
Mm-hmm. But as early as late June, as early as June, the money started flowing, the payment started flowing, and of course...
Well, now you're assuming, Mr. Thompson, that I was aware of that.
Well, I'll ask you when you first became aware of
As
when...
I said this morning, it was much later than that, and I believe it was at the time that Mr. Kalmbach ceased in connection with his activities.
Do you recall the date that you became aware that any money was being paid to any of the defendants, their families, or their attorneys?
No, I don't recall the date, but it was well after the matter was in progress and in operation. Let me perhaps help you a little bit on that, Mr. Thompson, or help myself, maybe is the better way to put it. There is testimony by Mr. Dean that there was a meeting
June 23rd or 24th, I believe.
on June 28th.
And 28th?
June 28th. You see, Mr. Dean had testified that they had been playing games with the CIA up to the 28th. Then Mr. Dean testified that there was a meeting in my office with Marty and LaRue and Mitchell and I don't know who all else, including Mr. Dean, in the afternoon of the 28th, in which it was decided, naturally Mitchell was always deciding these things according to Dean, that the White House, somebody in the White House, John Ehrlichman, should call Kalmbach and ask him to fly back from California that night of the 28th, which led to their meetings on the 29th. The only problem with all of that was that I was in New York and couldn't have been at such a meeting, and I was not aware of it.
And I believe your logs reflect that, Mr. Mitchell. I think that...
Well, I would hope so, because I've been so stating for quite some time.
Reflects that, according to your logs, that you were in New York on the 28th, and that you arrived in D.C. at 5:30.
Yes, sir.
There's no indication of any meeting after 5:30,
That's
and
correct.
I assume that there was not.
The passenger that I had with me coming back from New York was not about to allow me to go to any more meetings on that particular day.
And I'm not going to pursue that any further. Getting back to your knowledge of the money, when is the first time that you heard of the need for the payment of money? Perhaps should have been my question. And I ask it because of this. Dean testified that the first time he heard any discussions of the need for money to take care of those who were involved in the break-in was in a meeting which occurred on either June 23rd, Saturday, or June 24, and attended by Dean, Mardian, LaRue, and yourself.
That is quite possible because, as I recall the conversation of Mr. Liddy that he had with Mardian and LaRue, he was hopeful that these people that he at that time, of course, was not in jail, not suspect. He was still working for the committee. I don't know whether he was suspect or not. In any event, he was still working for the committee until the 28th of June. He talked to Mardian and Liddy about the hope that somebody could provide bail for these 5 people who had been arrested. And the thought was that the committee should do it, and of course that was immediately turned off. The committee would not do it, and of course obviously could not do it under the existing statutes. Mm-hmm. Now, what developed out of that with respect to Mr. Dean's concept of it, or what he heard about it, whether he heard that story or what, I do not know. But that's the first point in time in which the subject matter was ever discussed.
The point which concerned me was the fact that it seems like rather early on that discussions about the money were taking place, or the need for money. and also Mr. Magruder's testimony. I believe he testified, I think, first in June, then again in maybe August, and then again in September before the grand jury. And the point was that during this period of time, you were having to make your decision as to how you were going to play this thing. And I understand that your testimony is that you were making your decision on the basis of what you had understood Liddy to say, plus some points of corroboration from Mr. Dean.
With respect to the basis of the White House activities, that's absolutely correct.
Without getting into a great deal more detail, Mr. Mitchell, can you besides the DM cables, can you mention any other points of verification that Mr. Dean gave you concerning those matters that we mentioned? The Ellsberg psychiatrist, the Dita Beard situation, any of those matters?
Well, of course, there was the purported firebombing of the Brookings Institute, which had been discussed and so forth.
Did Dean tell you that was seriously proposed at one time?
Yes, I believe that I took it as a very serious proposal because of the fact that he flew across the country in order to get it turned off.
For that particular reason, as you understood?
Pardon?
For that particular reason, he made that trip for that particular reason?
This is what he has so testified, and I believe advised it at the particular time, because, as you recall, it was tied into the Mardian trip to the West Coast also. And also, it seems to me that I have a pretty clear recollection that there was general discussion of, as I say, the extracurricular wiretapping activities.
Did you consider these matters national security matters at the time you were considering them?
Well, since I didn't know about them, I couldn't really make an assessment of them.
I mean, when you were, in your mind, as you were seeking to justify your position, if you were, when these things were related to you, did you consider them to be matters of national security, which no one had any right to know that they should be covered up, in effect?
Well,
or were they just political decisions?
There were obviously elements of that in connection with some of these activities, but I think that we would have to parse it out into the details before you could make that determination.
Would it be accurate to say that your motivations were generally more out of political considerations at that time in the midst of a campaign than matters of national security?
Well, I would think if you would put the aggregate of the subject matters we're talking about, it would have to be from that point of view rather than from national security.
All right. Mr. Mitchell, you've testified on several points where you disagree with Mr. Magruder, refute his testimony. I'd like to ask you a few points, which I don't believe have been covered yet, concerning some of Mr. Dean's testimony. Dean testified that within the first few days of my, and I'm quoting, within the first few days of my involvement in the cover-up, a pattern had developed where I was carrying messages from Mitchell, Stans, and Mardian to Ehrlichman and Haldeman, and vice versa, about how each quarter was handling the cover-up and relevant information as to what was occurring. Is that an accurate statement? As far as you know, was Dean doing that?
Well, I think that Mr. Dean has lumped together a number of things. I think Mr. Dean has testified that the cover-up had started on June 19th by the destruction of certain documents, by the concept of getting Mr. Colson out of the country, and a few other such things. Hunt, I'm sorry, there seems to be some correlation there that I keep putting together. But it was Mr. Hunt that they were talking about.
What correlation do you put together there?
The fact that Mr. Hunt worked for Mr. Colson. With the second part about it, of which there was, particularly at the time frame in which he's talking about, there is considerable interest at that time as to about the money that had been through Barker's Bank and the Ogario checks that were coming out that had come from Mexico, et cetera, this is the subject matter in that particular week in which Mr. Stans and perhaps Mitchell and others were asking the White House about. You will also, of course, recognize that the newspapers and Liddy himself, I believe, in the debriefing that Marty got, referred to the fact that they had CIA documents and materials, et cetera, et cetera. So there was a very considerable interest in was there any CIA involvement, number one, in connection with the break-in, number two, in connection with the personnel involved, and number three, in connection with this gentleman from Mexico City, Mr. Ogario, I believe his name was, in connection with his activities.
You wouldn't categorize those things as part of a cover-up, though, would you?
Well, that's what I say. Mr. Dean, I think, has put a blanket over activities that are happening at that particular time and talked about them as a cover-up.
All right.
This is where I started. I thought my very lengthy answer. I'm sorry to be so long.
Sure. You've already stated that Dean's testimony about a meeting of June the 28th, where he, and I believe I'm quoting him correctly, he says that Mitchell asked me to get the approval of Haldeman and Ehrlichman to use Herb Kalmbach to raise the necessary money.
That's right.
You've stated that that's false.
There was no such meeting. I made no such request.
Ever?
And with
regard to asking that...
Ask Dean to ask Haldeman to get Kalmbach, to my recollection, I have never made such a request.
Did you ever ask anyone to get Kalmbach to raise money for these purposes?
Not to my recollection. As I recall this scenario that Mr. Kalmbach did at the request of somebody, according to Dean, it was somebody in the White House, came back to Washington on the 28th and met on the 29th with these people. He proceeded into this operation. There came a time in the fall, I believe it was September, October, where because of adverse publicity or whatever it was, he wanted out, and that was the end of it. And I certainly don't believe that I would have the audacity to ask him back into such an operation.
Dean testified that after the President's statement on August 29, referring to the Dean report, he began thinking that he might be being set up in case the whole thing crumbled at a later time. He testified he discussed this with you and others, and that you assured him that he need not worry because you didn't believe anyone in the White House would do that to him. Do you recall such a conversation with Mr. Dean, wherein he expressed fears that he was being set up?
I recall such a conversation, Mr. Thompson, but it seems to me it was much later than August 29th.
Do you recall when?
Well, no, I don't recall the date, but it was much, much further. In fact, I think it was into 1973.
Do you recall the month? Was it into April, perhaps, as late as April?
No, it would be before that. It would be in February or March, I would believe. Yeah.
Right. Did he state to you the basis of his fears?
No, I don't believe he did. As a matter of fact, to the best of my recollection, I only had, of course, one conversation with Mr. Dean in April and a very limited number of them in March, so it had to be sometime in early March or February.
Dean testified that during the first week of December, you called Dean and said that you would have to use some of the $350,000 that the White House had to take care of the demands that were being made by Hunt and the others for money, that you asked him to get Haldeman's approval for that. Is that a correct statement?
No, that's absolutely untrue as far as I'm concerned. I had no official capacity. I had no control over the money. There'd be no reason why I should call Dean or anybody else with respect to it, and I did not so call Dean.
Dean testified that shortly before the trial, when the demands for money were reaching the crescendo point, again you called Dean and once again asked him to ask Haldeman to make the necessary funds available, and that after Dean talked to Haldeman, the decision was made to send the entire $350,000.
Well, I would respond to that the same way I did to your last question.
Right. Dean testified that on January 10 he received calls from O'Brien and you indicating that since Hunt had been given assurances of clemency and that those assurances were being passed to Hunt and others, that Caulfield should give the same assurances to McCord, who was becoming an increasing problem. And again, Dean was told that McCord's lawyer was having problems with him. Is that true?
I think that Mr. Dean, if he would go back and check his logs, would find that I was out of town in Florida when he started the McCord dialogue, and that there would be no reason in the world for me to direct Mr. Dean to do anything vis-a-vis Caulfield or McCord or anybody else.
The logs indicate that I believe you were in Key Biscayne from January the 1st through January 7th.
No, I think it was December 20th through January 8th, I believe.
All right. Let me ask you about one more piece of testimony. The meeting on March the 22nd, which you had with Mr. Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and Dean. As I understand, you met with them, and that afternoon you met with the President.
Yes, sir.
I believe Dean testified that Ehrlichman turned to you and asked if Hunt had been taken care of or his money situation had been taken care of, and you assured him that he had been taken care of. Is that correct?
It is absolutely false as far as I am concerned, because I have never, to my knowledge, discussed any of these payments with John Ehrlichman and any of the specifics of that nature with respect to any individual. And I wouldn't have known on the 22nd of March whether Mr. Hunt had been taken care of or hadn't been taken care of.
Do you think Mr. Dean could be mistaken about these various points which you...
No, I think Mr. Dean may have, in putting together how long was his statement? You know, it's awful hard to recollect on what day what was discussed.
He didn't seem to have any trouble at the time.
Well, you said it.
Are you saying that perhaps Mr. Dean's memory might not be quite that good?
Well, it certainly can't be with respect to the specifics of the March 22 meeting, I'm sure.
Or with these other points about, well, is that a matter of memory as to whether or not you called him and asked that the $350,000 be sent over, or as to whether or not you requested that Comback be used to make deliveries of monies to family? You think that is a matter of memory?
I think it's a matter of confusion of people. I think that you would look at this total picture, that you've got two Aegises, one over in 1701 and one over in, what's the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? And
I'm sure you know better than I am, Mr. Mitchell.
And Mr. Thompson, that this fellow, you know, he was just carrying messages back and forth, according to this statement. He had to have somebody, you know, over there as principals. if he would go back and check his logs, would find that I was out of town in Florida when he started the McCord dialogue, and that there would be no reason in the world for me to direct Mr. Dean to do anything vis-a-vis Caulfield or McCord or anybody else.
The logs indicate that I believe you were in Key Biscayne from January the 1st through January 7th.
No, I think it was December 20th through January 8th, I believe.
All right. Let me ask you about one more piece of testimony. The meeting on March the 22nd, which you had with Mr. Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and Dean. As I understand, you met with them, and that afternoon you met with the President.
Yes, sir.
I believe Dean testified that Ehrlichman turned to you and asked if Hunt had been taken care of, or his money situation had been taken care of, and you assured him that he had been taken care of. Is that correct?
It is absolutely false as far as I am concerned, because I have never, to my knowledge, discussed any of these payments with John Ehrlichman and any of the specifics of that nature with respect to any individual. And I wouldn't have known on the 22nd of March whether Mr. Hunt had been taken care of or hadn't been taken care of.
Do you think Mr. Dean could be mistaken about these various points which you...
No, I think Mr. Dean may have, in putting together how long was his statement? You know, it's awful hard to recollect on what day what was discussed.
He didn't seem to have any trouble at the time.
Well, you said it.
Are you saying that perhaps Mr. Dean's memory might not be quite that good?
Well, it certainly can't be with respect to the specifics of the March 22 meeting, I'm sure.
Or with these other points about, well, is that a matter of memory as to whether or not you called him and asked that the $350,000 be sent over, or as to whether or not you requested that Comback be used to make deliveries of monies to family? You think that is a matter of memory?
I think it's a matter of confusion of people. I think that you would look at this total picture, that you've got two Aegises, one over in 1701 and one over in, what's the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And
I'm sure you know better than I am, Mr. Mitchell.
And Mr. Thompson, that this fellow, you know, he was just carrying messages back and forth, according to this statement. He had to have somebody, you know, over there as principals in which to get to all of this. Unfortunately, at times he's picked out some of these principals that just weren't on the scene at the particular time, as I've indicated by the meeting of the 28th.
Do you know of any other indications of this?
Well, I can go back through the testimony and I'm sure provide you with some if that's your desire.
Do you recall, as you read his statement, have you read his statement? I assume that you have.
I have read his statement.
Do you recall whether or not there are other points, without specifically naming anyone, if you can't?
Yes, there are, and I'm not sure that I can pinpoint them today, but I can provide you with material
if you return tomorrow, which I expect you would, if tonight you could go through the statement.
You mean I'm going to be invited back tomorrow?
Most cordially.
Thank you.
And refresh your memory on those points. Some of the senators might want to ask you some questions.
I will attempt to do so, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you about one more meeting, the meeting that you had with, not with Mr. Dean, but with Mr. Ehrlichman on April the 13th in the White House.
Mr. Ehrlichman?
Yes.
I believe the meeting was April 14th.
Was it 14th?
If I'm not mistaken.
All right.
It was a Saturday, whatever it was.
Right. What was discussed in that meeting?
Very little, other than the fact that, of course, that I had known that Mr. Magruder had tried to be the first one into the prosecutor's office, and that he had already been there, and that Mr. Ehrlichman had learned that and had talked to Mr. Magruder, and Mr. Ehrlichman advised me as to what Mr. Magruder was saying, and I said, thank you very much. And he said, would you like to see the President? And I said, under the circumstances of what is unfolding here, I think it would be inappropriate for me to see the President. And so we were left it at that.
Was this, in effect, telling you that, from Ehrlichman's standpoint anyway, that from what was going on, that you could anticipate problems?
That I could?
Yes.
I don't think it's so much that way as he was recounting to me as to what Magruder had said, which of course did involve me.
Sure.
Now, as to Mr. Ehrlichman's motive, I'm not trying to guesstimate that.
We have some evidence before the committee of a taped conversation between Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Kleindienst. I'm wondering if you have any reason to believe that this or any other conversations you might have had with Mr. Ehrlichman was taped.
In reflection, I would think that this conversation probably was taped.
Why?
For the reason that most of the time that I met in John Ehrlichman's office, why we sat on a sofa around a coffee table and so forth.
It's the one we heard about in the Pat Gray testimony about the documents?
Yeah, I believe that's the same coffee table and the set of chairs, but at this particular time he invited me over to sit in a chair in front of his desk and fudge it around a little bit. So it occurred to me that the switch in pattern of operation might very well have something to do as to where the microphone was.
Let me ask you one more question, Mr. Mitchell. Obviously, the only verification, I suppose, direct verification of the fact that you were not the one who pushed Liddy, or to the contrary, the only one who could definitely testify that you did push Liddy would be Liddy himself. And of course, he has not favored us with his testimony so far. I notice here a call in your logs on April 17 with Mr. Peter Maroulis, who I believe is Liddy's attorney.
That is correct.
Was at that time. Could you tell us the nature of that conversation?
Yes, sir. That was a return of a call to Mr. Maroulis, who had made a call to me, and Mr. Maroulis, within a day or two, came to see me. And he was looking for guidance. What had apparently occurred, according to Mr. Maroulis, and I haven't checked this out with the parties to know whether it's true or not, but the President had made his statement by that time, whichever one it was, in which he asked everybody to come forward and disclose what they knew about this matter. I guess that might have been, well, whatever date it was. The President or somebody on his behalf had asked, I believe, Henry Peterson to go to Mr. Liddy's local council here in the district. Is his name Rafferty? Kennelly. Mr. Kennelly. And Mr. Kennelly carried the message from Peterson to Kennelly to Mr. Maroulis about the fact that the President wanted everybody to come forward. Well, Mr. Maroulis has spent a lot of time. He's a personal friend of Mr. Liddy. It was his opinion that Mr. Liddy had a valid case on appeal because of the errors made by the court and other matters that were involved. And he wondered if I could give him any guidance as to what the President meant by that particular phrase, which apparently had been quoted verbatim from Peterson to Kennelly to Maroulis. And I told him that I couldn't add anything to it, that I hadn't talked to the President about it. I knew what the President's wishes were, but he as a lawyer was going to have to make his own decision as to what his client's interests were.
Is that the last conversation you had with him concerning Liddy's position?
That's the only conversation I've ever had with the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I have no further questions.
So the questions from Fred Thompson have raised new questions about the credibility of John Dean's testimony. In a moment, there will be questions about Mitchell's own credibility during the Kleindienst confirmation hearings. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As the hearings resume, it is Senator Herman Talmadge's turn to examine John Mitchell's role in the Watergate affair.
Mr. Mitchell, in your testimony, you have repeatedly referred to, quote, White House horrors, unquote. What do you mean by that phrase?
Well, as we've discussed them here, Senator, they certainly involve the break-in of Dr. Ellsberg's doctor. I think we better put it instead of the other phrase that's used. The Nita Beard matter, both with respect to apparently the removal of her from the scene as well as visits or attempted visits. We're talking about the DM cables. We're talking about the alleged extracurricular activities in the bugging area, the bombing, purported bombing of the Brookings Institute, and a lot of miscellaneous matters with respect to Chappaquiddick and this, that, and the next thing. Those are the areas of which I'm talking.
Who is the author of the White House horrors?
Well, I don't know as I can answer for all of those, Senator. I think that the affidavits that have been filed in some of the courts and the stories that have come out in the press probably give you a better picture of that than I can individually.
Did you play an active supervisory role in the campaign before you resigned as Attorney General?
An active supervisory role.
Yes, sir.
What I did was succumb to the President's request to keep an eye on what was going on over there, and I had frequent meetings with individuals dealing with matters of policy. Also with individuals who would bring other individuals over to introduce them to me and discuss their talents and their qualities with respect to filling certain jobs in that particular area. Yes, sir, I did.
You would consider then that you did play an active supervisory role before you resigned as Attorney General?
Well, the word supervisory gets me, Senator. I'm not quite sure that...
An active role, let's simplify.
If you'll change supervisory to consulting, I think I would be much happier.
Did it get beyond the consulting capacity?
Well, it might have been in areas where I let them know my opinion quite forcefully and strongly, but I think that could still fit under the role of consultant.
Didn't you testify to the contrary before the Judiciary Committee on March 14, 1972?
Senator, I'm glad you asked me that. I was waiting for somebody to. May I read the dialogue?
Yes.
I was hoping that would come up.
I'm glad to accommodate you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Fowler. Because this subject matter has been bandied about, and I think quite unfairly. This is a question by Senator Kennedy. Do you remember what party responsibilities you had prior to March 1? Mitchell, party responsibilities? Kennedy, yes. Republican Party. Mitchell, I do not have and did not have any responsibilities. I have no party responsibilities now, Senator. Now, it seems to me that this committee has spent about 6 weeks trying to make a distinction between the different parties in the Committee for the Re-election of the President, and I looked upon it in the same way.
Let's read a little further, Mr. Mitchell.
This is the only quote I have. Do you have something more that
yes.
goes with it?
Let me read it for you. Next question. Senator Kennedy, no re-election campaign responsibilities? Mr. Mitchell, not as yet. I hope to. I'm going to make the application to the chairman of the committee if I ever get through with these hearings. Laughter.
I can't believe that the Washington Post could be so mistaken.
May I send it to you for
refresh
your memory,
I
sir?
would like very much to see it.
I'll ask a member of the staff to show Mr. Mitchell page 633 of the hearings of Mr. Richard D. Kleindienst, resumed on March 14, 1972.
Senator, I still think that relates, that phrase that you've read that isn't in the Washington Post relates back to the same subject matter.
You testified a moment ago in response to a question that I asked you that you did have campaign responsibilities prior to the time you resigned as Attorney General. And yet, on March the 14th, before the Judiciary Committee, I quote again, Senator Kennedy, no re-election campaign responsibilities? That's a question. Mr. Mitchell, not as yet. Isn't that negative?
That is a negative. It relates back to the Republican Party, Senator, in the way in which I read the context of this and was so intended.
No re-election campaign responsibilities. I asked you who was running. Was it Mr. Nixon, and is he a Republican?
I think the answer to both those questions is yes.
I would concur with that. But I still don't Yet, the thrust of your testimony when you testified a moment ago that you did have election responsibilities, and yet before the Judiciary Committee of the United States Senate, March 14, 1972, you testified exactly the opposite.
Senator, I go back to the statement that I made before, that this refers to the Republican Party. And this is the reason that I raised the question and responded to it, and that was my intention to do so in that context.
Was not President Nixon running on the Republican ticket? He didn't change parties, did he?
No, Senator, I stand on the answer that I've given you. That
Well, then,
the
clarify
question
the-
that I asked of Senator Kennedy was with respect to the party, and he referred to the Republican Party, and that's the context in which I took it.
Now, there's some stationery, Committee for the Re-election of the President, Memorandum for the Attorney General, marked confidential, December the 3rd, 1971. There's a lot of language here. We recommend that the Committee for the Re-election of the President assume all White House support activities. Signed by Jeb S. Magruder, and there's 3 blanks there. 1 approved, 1 disapproved, 3rd comment. And by approve has an X. Is that your X mark?
I haven't the faintest idea. I don't know the memorandum, but if I look at it, I may be able to tell. Generally, I write my name instead of making an X, but I may be able to identify my X.
We all admit, Mr. Mitchell, that you're entirely legible, that you write eminently well.
Senator, that looks like a good enough X to possibly be mine. I'm not familiar with it, and I don't recall the memorandum.
You do not deny it.
I don't deny that.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that that be marked for exhibit and inserted in the record at this point. And I ask also that there be inserted in the record at this point the colloquy that I have read between Senator Kennedy and the then Attorney General, Mr. John Mitchell, dated March 14, 1972, before the Judiciary Committee. And to demonstrate...
We'll number them as exhibits appropriately.
And to demonstrate further, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I desire to send to Mr. Mitchell a number of documents here wherein he was exercising his responsibility as director of the campaign. One dated June 22nd, 1971. One dated as far back as January the 14th, 1972. All marked confidential. Memorandum for the Attorney General. One involving Republican National Committee budget. The other, a telephone plan for the Florida primary. I send them also to Mr. Mitchell for identification. I ask that they be identified, appropriately numbered, and inserted in the record at this point. Yeah. Senators.
Senator, I have no recollection of the first one relating to the Republican National Committee budget. I have a vague recollection of this one in January having to do with the telephone plan for the Florida primary, and I am quite sure that the writing at the bottom here in connection with the comment which says hold for November pending standing in the polls, hold for now, I guess it is, not November, pending standing in the polls is not my writing. But
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that those documents be appropriately marked and inserted in the record at this point.
I believe he stated one he had no recollection about. We'll have to identify that by some other witness.
Then the one that he does identify, I ask that it be
the ones he
inserted in the
identifies will be appropriately marked as exhibits and placed in the record as such.
I think I should state for the record, with reference to the second document that Mr. Mitchell did say he had seen, that he indicated that the handwriting on the bottom was not his, and I would note that there was no X on the approve or nor on the disapprove.
I'm not offering any proof that it
Right.
was Mr. Mitchell's mark there, but it corroborates his testimony that he was actively involved in the management of the campaign.
Well, that's a matter for
That's
dispute.
admitted by
Well,
Mr. Mitchell, I may say.
Matter for dispute.
that's a matter of argument, and I would like to ask the chair's indulgence for just a moment to point out that there is nothing illegal about any presidential appointee engaging and consulting with respect to the carrying out of political functions.
I'm not arguing that point, Mr. Mitchell. You testified under oath in response to my question a moment ago that at the request of the White House you were actively involved in the campaign. If I can read the English language correctly, on March the 14th last year you testified the opposite before the Judiciary Committee. One or the other of your statements is in error. I'm inserting them in the record only so the public can draw their conclusions as to which statement is in error.
Senator, I dispute your interpretation with respect to the discussions before the Judiciary Committee, and I would like to go back to my explanation and stand on that answer.
That is your statement, and it's part of the record, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Mitchell, and that's the reason I inserted both of them in the record.
Thank you,
So
Senator.
the American people can draw their own conclusion as to which is correct. I'm not arguing with your testimony, but if I can read the English language in two different places, they're the opposite of each other. You state they aren't, as I understand English, and I learned it in a small country school in Telfair County.
So did I, Senator, in a very small one.
We both studied the same English then, I think, Mr. Mitchell. Let's get on
That's
to...
why I'm surprised you don't agree with my interpretation.
Let's get on to another matter now.
As far as
I
interpretation,
yield to
so
the
I can
chairman.
understand it. Is your position that working for the Republican candidate for president gave you no responsibilities in respect to the Republican Party?
That's it entirely, Senator. That's the question that I asked of Mr. Chairman. That's the question I asked of Senator Kennedy.
Thank
Mr. Stans testified before the committee, Mr. Mitchell, and he stated his sole responsibility as chairman of the Finance Committee was to raise the money, and he testified that it was your responsibility, as I recall, as chairman, to determine the expenditures thereof. Now, we had some more than $1 million in cash that was not accounted for during the expenditure. Thus, as I understood it, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Stans has implicated you as being responsible for these cash disbursements. Would you comment on that?
I don't believe that Senator, in all deference to you, is the testimony of Mr. Stans in any form, shape, or circumstances about that. By the time that I became active, and I'm saying active as distinguished from consulting, in the campaign we were working on budgets of which Mr. Stans and his people on the Finance Committee were part and parcel of, just as I was on the political side, and we were working under the budget, and Mr. Stans was a part of that.
Well, let's see if we can clarify it. It was Mr. Stans' responsibility to raise the money, as I understand it. Is that an accurate statement?
No question about that.
Well, whose responsibility was it to disburse it?
It was the responsibility of to disperse it?
Yes.
Well, it was actually dispersed by the Finance Committee, but I'm sure that's not the thrust of your question. Your question is, who authorized the programs for which the money was spent? I think that's,
Yes.
if I
Who
might.
could call up over there and say, give X number of dollars or write a check for such and such an amount? Who had the authority to do that? Was it you or Mr. Stans?
Well,
That's what I'm trying to get at.
It depended upon the period of time involved,
Yes.
Mr. Talmadge.
Right.
Before their budgets were put together, it was done on the way you said, that we authorize this program and so can get so much money.
When did you take over as chairman of the committee?
I didn't become chairman. I became campaign director.
What date was that?
Senator Talmadge, and it was announced on the 9th of April.
9th of
that
April.
I had been working as my time would allow, plus a vacation from the 21st of November through the 3rd or 4th of April, in trying to put together the budgets under which these monies would be expended.
Thereafter, then, was it your responsibility to authorize disbursements?
In connection with the budget, yes.
And so
That is up until the 1st of July.
when you resigned. And
That
that was
is
solely
correct,
your
sir.
responsibility during that period?
No, as you have heard from the discussion here this morning, when Mr. Stans consulted me about it because of the many other things that I was doing, including putting together the political organizations in the 50 states, I told Mr. Stans that Mr. Magruder had continuing authorization, which of course is part of Mr. Stans' testimony, to authorize expenditures of money.
Then the expenditures that were paid out by Mr. Sloan, as I recall, various lawyers' fees, and bail fees, and living expenses was authorized by you. Is that a correct statement?
To my knowledge, Mr. Sloan never made such payments.
Who did?
To my knowledge, there was never any money paid out of the committee
There was
for
some.
that purpose. Now, if I can go back to my testimony a few minutes ago,
Sure.
that when this matter was first brought up, it was turned down cold. The money that was used for, if it was bail money, and I'm not sure of that, but attorneys' fees and support were not committee monies.
Where did that money come from?
Well, I believe Mr. Stans testified, and I'm no expert on this subject matter because I don't know all of the answers to it. I believe Mr. Stans testified that Mr. Kalmbach's request, and this is the first public knowledge that I have as to how this got started, that on the 29th of June, Mr. Stans turned over monies that were not part of the campaign monies to Mr. Kalmbach in the amount of $75,000.
I believe he testified that he checked with you on that and you authorized it. Is that correct?
Now, who did this?
Mr. Stans, as I recall.
No, he did not. No, sir, I beg your pardon.
Well, who authorized that disbursement?
That was not a disbursement of campaign funds. This was money that Mr. Stans testified that he had outside of the campaign, and that he turned them over to Mr. Kalmbach at Mr. Kalmbach's request, Mr. Kalmbach having said for this was for an important White House mission, and I'm quite certain that that is the testimony.
How does a campaign get campaign money outside the campaign?
This has always been a very interesting question to me because for this very reason, that the more I hear about all these monies, everybody says that they came from 1968. And here I was the campaign manager in 1968 and only won by 400,000 or 600,000 votes, and they had all this money in the bank. That was a hell of a thing to do to me.
I agree.
I regret it. I resent it.
It wasn't one campaign, was it? In 1972.
Well, I'm talking about 68.
Yes, you're talking about leftover campaign money.
This is what I understood.
But you referred to funds outside the campaign at the disposal of the campaign committee when there was only one campaign, and I was wondering how you collected campaign money outside a campaign.
Well, this wasn't collected. This was held, except for one item, and I'm sure the staff is much more familiar with Mr. Stan's record than I am, but I think he testified that the $75,000 was made up of $45,000 that he had in a safe deposit box that came from the 68 campaign and $30,000 that had come from some Filipinos that were to be returned. If I'm not mistaken, that's the $75,000, and he didn't come to me on it.
There was a great deal of testimony that this committee has had, as you know, about disbursement of funds. And we found that over $1 million was disbursed in cash with no checks reported or anything else. So cash was bandied around in large amounts. And it was amazing to me that a man as able, certified public accountant as Mr. Stans, would let money be handled in such loose fashion. You would concur that you oughtn't to kick around $1 million in cash without accountability, wouldn't you?
I would subscribe to that wholeheartedly. In fact, I would go down to $500,000 or $250,000.
Or even $1.
I agree with that.
Now, you mentioned these Dahlberg and Mexican checks. Mr. Stans testified that you met with him on June 23, 1972, regarding those checks. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, sir. If I remember correctly, Mr. Stans and I had lunch on that date, and we had a further meeting which has been totally screwed up in the testimony here on the 24th.
You want to try to correct it?
I would be delighted because of the various versions, and it was a matter of some concern of this committee because of the implication that Mr. Stans was brought into the picture of having information about the Watergate, which is not true. With respect to the 23rd, to the best of my knowledge, it does show that Mr. Stans and I had lunch in my diary. Now, on the 24th, this is the sequel of the Marty and LaRue debriefing or interviewing of Liddy and the information they got about Magruder's involvement with Liddy in the payment of money. And it resulted in Mardian going to talk to Magruder and getting this story that it was only $40,000 at the most that I could have given Liddy, or whatever the number was, $40,000 or $50,000. And this, of course, was entirely contrary to what Mr. Liddy had told Mr. Mardian. So Mardian came up and got my secretary to get Sloan in from his house into the office, the 24th being a Saturday, where there was this confrontation. And by the way, I would like to interpolate here that this is the only meeting that I ever had with you, Sloan, at any time after June 17th, and it wasn't in connection with his going to the FBI, as he's testified to. The meeting took place with Marty and Magruder and Sloan, in which Magruder was saying, well, it couldn't have been more than $40,000 or $50,000, and Sloan was saying it's much, much more than that. But I won't tell you because I'm going to have to talk to Mr. Stans. And this is, by the way, where I will also have to put the record straight. Sloan was a pretty low individual on that particular day, and it was then that Marty hit him on the back to buck him up. And I don't want to take credit for this statement that was reported by me to be made, that when the going gets tough, the tough get going. That was Senator Muskie, who had just said it a couple of days beforehand. So
You didn't make any such statement, is that correct?
I made the statement, and I made it in the context that
You didn't quote Senator Muskie as being the author thereof, did you?
I did indeed, in connection with respect to the nature of the tough campaign he had and the one that we were having.
Were you saying that for Mr. Sloan's benefit at that particular time and place?
I was saying it for the total people there who were in a hell of a knockdown, drag-out Donnybrook over, they couldn't agree on it. Now, the sequence is shown by my log that after that meeting, Mr. Sloan apparently went back to Mr. Stans, who had received the information about the Liddy payments the day before, I believe on June 23rd. Mr. Stans called me, and Mr. Stans came up and saw me alone. There wasn't any Jeb Magruder, and there wasn't any Mardian in the meeting that, according to Magruder, I asked Mardian to step out so that I could discuss the matter. That would be the last thing in the world I would do, because Mardian was investigating the circumstances at the time.
Was that
I'm going into this because Mr. Stans' credibility with respect to his knowledge of the Watergate was quite severely impugned, apparently more severely in the executive committee meeting by Magruder than it was later in public testimony.
Was that the first time you had knowledge of the Watergate break-in and bugging? That date, that conversation?
On the 24th?
Yes.
No,
That was the first time you were debriefed on it, was it?
No, I had been debriefed, Senator, as I mentioned a little earlier, on either the 21st or the 22nd.
Did you get full details on it at that time?
Well,
21st
it was coming from Liddy, who was, as I went through with Mr. Thompson, was involving Magruder and said that he'd got his approval in the White House and a lot of things that...
Did he say who authorized the approval in the White House?
No, he did not. No, he did not.
The White House was definitely interested in the campaign, of course, was it not?
The campaign what, Senator?
Campaign for re-election.
Oh, there's no question about it.
With whom in the White House did you discuss the Watergate break-ins?
Well, it depends, of course, as I testified earlier this morning, the context of it. Talking with starting at the top with the President, I believe it was the telephone call that I had on the 20th of June, in which this was before the debriefings that I had and hadn't any particular knowledge of it. Discussed it to the point where I thought it was ridiculous, and I thought that I had been very remiss as being campaign director and not ever being able to keep a rein on the individuals that were working for the campaign. At that time I had in my mind, of course, the fact that Mr. McCord was the only one that was involved in the particular incident.
See if I can identify that telephone call. That was on the 20th of June, and according to the log that the committee has, it took place by telephone between 6 p.m. and 6:12 p.m. Is that correct?
That's the one, sir.
What did you tell the President about the Watergate break-in at that time? Did you tell him employees of the committee to re-elect the President were involved in it?
I assume that the President knew that because it had been in the newspapers by then, to my recollection, but what I really recall about the conversation was more...
Did you tell him Magruder was involved?
I didn't know Magruder's involvement at that time.
Who did you tell him was involved?
The only ones that I knew was involved at that time were the 5 that were accosted on the premises.
When did you talk with Mr. Haldeman about the break-in?
I have no recollection of it, but it was sometime thereafter.
Was it shortly after June the 20th?
I would probably believe that would be the case.
When did you talk to Mr. Ehrlichman about it?
I talked to Mr. Ehrlichman. Mr. Ehrlichman called me in California when I was out there and asked me, in effect, and I think there's been testimony to the effect here that somebody suggested that he do it. He called me out there, asked me what it was all about, and I said, I don't know. When we find out, we'll get back to you. And that was the substance of that
conversation. That was either 17th, 18th, and 19th, or thereabout.
Well, it was either Saturday or Sunday, because on the 19th, which was Monday, we left rather early for the return to Washington.
When did you talk to Mr. Colson about it?
I have no idea, but it would have been somewhere as much further down the line.
Did
Let me
you-
point out,
Sure.
Senator, that if you have, I know you're reading from one of these mini charts, but some of the things they don't have up there is that there's a 8:15 morning at the meeting at the
I
White
want
House.
you to have ample opportunity to state whatever you want to, Mr. Mitchell. If that chart is different from your views, don't hesitate to say so. We want facts.
Well,
Only the facts.
I can't see it from here, and it doesn't make any difference anyway because I've got a directory here. But what I would point out is that during this period, which I've testified to earlier today, until I left the committee as the campaign director, there was a meeting at 8:15 in the White House every morning. This was the regular staff meeting that involved the legislative liaison, Dr. Kissinger, or General Haig, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So when you ask me when do I first talk to these people about the Watergate, of course it was a continuing subject matter, basically in the concept of the political problems that presented, because by I guess the 20th or certainly the 21st, the Democrats had threatened their lawsuit. They'd filed it, I think, on the 22nd, and we'd had a verbal press battle over the circumstances from then on, constantly day in and day out about the matter.
Did you talk to Mr. Colson about the same time?
Well, I'm sure that I would, because he would have attended those meetings.
Did you direct Robert Marden to telephone Liddy on June 17th and ask him to try to persuade Mr. Clandis, then the acting Attorney General, to arrange for Mr. McCord to be released from bail, as Mr. Magruder has testified?
No, sir, I assure you that that would not be the case. There was some conversation that somebody might call up the acting Attorney General and find out what the hell happened. But I noticed in Mr. Magruder's testimony, he said that I selected Mardian because Mardian was a great friend of Liddy's, and if there's anybody that were on the opposite ends of the stick, it'd have been Mardian and Liddy.
Would you say then that Mr. Magruder committed perjury before this committee?
I can't characterize anything as perjury, Senator. That doesn't happen to be a fact, what you've just said, and I have just denied it, and I'm sure that the other people who are present will also deny it.
Well, you're a good lawyer, Mr. Mitchell. Testifying under oath to a lie is commonly referred to as perjury, is it not?
Well, yes, but you also have to have intent, I think, along with it under certain circumstances, and I'm sure that some of these conversations have got garbled and mixed up in the intervening year and a half or so. I would not want to characterize anybody.
What you're saying is intentions might be good, but his facts are wrong. Is that correct?
Could very well be that the recollection was not quite accurate. There are many of other circumstances, some of which I've testified to, and some of which I presume I will in connection with my answers relating to Mr. Magruder's testimony, where I know damn well that he's transposed events and got them mixed into other circumstances.
Mr. Deans testified before this committee that there was a meeting on March 22nd, 1973, where you met with him, Mr. Haldeman, and Mr. Ehrlichman, and you said that there was no more money problem for Mr. Hunt. Did this meeting take place?
The meeting took place, Senator, I've covered this earlier this morning, and it's to this effect. The meeting took place prior to a meeting with the President. It was on March 22nd. Those participating were Haldeman, Ehrlichman, Dean, and myself. Dean's testimony is to the effect that Ehrlichman asked me if Hunt had been paid or if his problems had been taken care of, and I have reported by Dean to have answered yes, something to the contrary. I deny that it ever existed as far as I am concerned, because I wouldn't know whether Hunt's problems have been taken care of or not.
Then you're telling this committee that Mr. Dean was in error when he made that statement?
Well, this may be another one of these cases where
intentions were good and his facts were
Well,
wrong?
he probably got the parties mixed up. I don't recall ever having talked to John Ehrlichman about the payment of money to anybody in connection with the Watergate case.
I believe you stated you later met with the president that day.
Yes, sir, we did.
Mr. Dean said you testified, you talked with the president about dealing with the Irwin Committee at that point. Is that correct?
Excuse me, this is a side joke that we have. He's afraid I'm going to pronounce the chairman's name wrong, as I have from time to time. The word dealing is a pretty broad term. Actually, the subject matters were a number that did have to do with the committee, and it was also, of course, the basis of the subject matters were the basis of the discussion that took place previously that morning among Alderman Ehrlichman, Dean, and myself, the meeting that we just got out of. The real problem that was discussed at that particular time was the problem the president was having in connection with executive privilege, and that was the real focal point of it. And of course, that was right in the middle of the Gray hearings where the concentration was on the executive privilege matter. The other aspects of it were as to who was to be the liaison in connection with the White House working with this committee up here. And I believe that Mr. Dean is correct in his testimony that during that meeting, the president called Mr. Kleindienst to ask him if he had met with the chairman and the vice chairman of the committee on the subject matter to start discussing these matters of executive privilege and the other relationships in that area.
Did you convince the president at that time that he ought to waive executive privilege?
I urged it.
Why was he so insistent on what he called executive privilege, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, of course, I can't always, I shouldn't say always, I can't read the president's mind, but I would believe that whatever the president does in this area, he does it in connection with the presidency and not in connection with some individual problem that he may have at a particular time.
Mr. Dean testified that on March 28, 1973, he met with you and Mr. Magruder, and that you indicated to Mr. Dean that his testimony could cause problems. Did that meeting take place?
There was a meeting on March 28th, but I believe that the phrase that you have quoted has come out of a memorandum that Dean has submitted to this committee dealing with a meeting that we had on April 10th. Now, I may be mistaken in connection with that, but the meeting that I had with Dean in March 28th, there was Magruder present at the meeting, and really what the discussions there was the recollection of the meetings in the Justice Department, the one where the statement was made that there was a possibility of Dean testifying before the grand jury could provide problems for the president, I believe was at the April 10th statement.
Did you make the statement that his testimony could cause problems for the president?
I would believe that I would have put it in that frame because this would provide the entire unraveling of all of the Plumbers' activities and all of the White House horrors.
What did you mean by that statement?
Just what I've said now.
In other words, you wanted it kept concealed.
I was not anxious to volunteer any information with respect to the White House horrors of the Plumbers' operations that would hurt this president.
Mr. Dean also testified before the committee that he gave you a hypothesis that the plan to break into Watergate had been approved without anyone fully understanding its import. He stated that you said his theory was not far wrong, only that it would be 3 or 4 times removed from the committee. Did you make that statement? And if so, what did you mean by it?
I've testified this morning that there was no such statement made. There has been, over the past years and discussions of this, some theorization as to who was involved and how we're done, but it certainly wasn't made at that meeting of March 28th because Magruder and Dean and I were there at the time, and I left to go into the office to say goodbye to Haldeman to go back to New York. So if he'd said it in front of Dean and Magruder, and I'm sure Magruder would have remembered it. But to my knowledge, best of my recollection, no such statement was ever made.
You resigned as campaign director, I believe, July the 4th, 1972.
July 1st, sir.
July 1st, 1972. Why did you resign, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, Senator, I thought this was probably the most publicized resignation that ever took place in this country.
I haven't heard you say it. I've heard others say.
I had some long-range telephone and publicized threats that if I didn't get out of politics, that I was going to lose my marriage.
What you're saying then, I don't want to get into that aspect of it. What you're saying then is...
Everybody else has, Senator. You might just as well.
It had nothing whatever to do with the Watergate matter.
None whatsoever.
The sequence of events there, as they unraveled, was so similar in dates until I wondered if that had anything to do with it.
Well, Senator, I can't conceive of the President if it had anything to do with the Watergate. We would continue to have all of these meetings, both social and campaign meetings and all the rest of it, if it had anything to do with the Watergate.
You discussed your resignation?
It didn't. What we discussed with the President, we had lunch on Friday. The announcement was made on Saturday. We had lunch on Friday, and we discussed who the successor was going to be. The President urged me to stay on. I said I couldn't under the circumstances. It would be impossible for me to function properly. And I don't want to characterize his attitude, but it seemed to me that he reluctantly consented to the fact that I was going to leave, and we discussed a successor and implemented this rather rapidly. If you're aware of my logs, I had been spending a better part of the previous week trying to smooth this situation over to the point where that I could stay as husband and wife, regardless of whether I resigned or not. So eventually it was so worked out.
It's been observed in the press and in Mr. Dean's testimony that Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman tried to smoke you out and get you to take the blame for this whole affair, that you are shaken by the circumstances and now isolated from the President. Would you like to comment on that?
Now, where does this come from?
Dean, among others, and various newspaper
this is not
comments.
a direct quote from Dean. You're also reading Evans and Novak.
Newspaper comments,
and a few
one
other
thing and another.
Thrown into the hypothetical.
Perhaps one of the contributing factors to it is last time you visited the White House, you didn't even see the President, as I understand.
Yes, was that my exact determination that I should not under the circumstances?
That's what I understood you to say.
That's what I did say.
So you haven't been isolated from the President?
I have, well, let me answer your question first. There has been running through Mr. Dean's testimony on a number of occasions the reference that, Mitchell come forward and take the blame for all of this, and this will solve all of the problems. And, of course, I've been meeting with these people from time to time during this period, but the only one I've ever heard that story from is Dean. Neither Haldeman or Ehrlichman or even Colson and Shapiro have come to me with that story, so that the only one I've ever heard from is Dean.
There's one thing I can't understand, Mr. Mitchell. As I understand it, you have been probably closer associated with the President than probably any man who was law partner, probably his most trusted confidant and advisor. You had immediate access to the White House at any time and to the President's office, including a direct line. Is that a fair statement?
It's extremely complimentary, but
meant to be complimentary.
I think it's played a little higher than it might be.
Now, you've been in public office in positions of high responsibility and trust. I've had that privilege also as governor of my state, and now for 16 and a half years in the United States Senate. To my mind, the first requirement of a subordinate, an advisor, confidant in any capacity is absolute and implicit trust when they see anything going wrong involving their superior that needs immediate corrective action, they report it instanter. When you found out all these crimes and conspiracies and cover-ups were being committed, why on earth didn't you walk in the President's office and tell him the truth?
Well, it wasn't a question of telling him the truth. It was the question of not involving him at all so that he could go on through the campaign without being involved in this type of activity. And I'm talking about the White House horrors particularly.
Yes.
That, as I've testified this morning, that I was sure that knowing Richard Nixon, the president, as I do, that he would just lower the boom on all of this matter and that it would come back to hurt him and it would affect him in his reelection. And that's the basis upon which I've made the decision. And apparently others concurred with it. Now, I'm not speaking for them. It may very well be that I was wrong, that there was a bad matter of judgment.
Might understand from your response that you place the expediency of the next election above your responsibility as an intimate to advise the President of the peril that surrounded him. Here was his deputy campaign director involved. Here was his two closest associates in his office involved. All around him were people involved in crime, perjury, accessory after the fact, and you deliberately refused to tell him that. Did you state that the expediency of the election was more important than that?
Senator, I think you put it exactly correct. In my mind, the re-election of Richard Nixon, compared with what was available on the other side, was so much more important that I put it in just that context.
Do you think anything short of a trial for treason could have prevented his election?
Pardon, sir?
Do you think anything short of a trial for treason could have prevented his election?
Well, it depends on what time what area we're talking about. Mr. Thompson and I went through that, and it, of course, depended upon what time and what area it was in.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Talmadge has taken the initiative in looking for motivation, and in this case, the answer was a combination of loyalty and politics. In a moment, it will be Senator Gurney's turn. Public television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service.
that, as I've testified this morning, that I was sure that, knowing Richard Nixon, the president, as I do, that he would just lower the boom on all of this matter, and that it would come back to hurt him, and it would affect him in his reelection. And that's the basis upon which I've made the decision. And apparently others concurred with it. Now, I'm not speaking for them. It may very well be that I was wrong, that there was a bad matter of judgment.
Might understand from your response that you place the expediency of the next election above your responsibility as an intimate to advise the president of the peril that surrounded him. Here was his deputy campaign director involved. Here was his two closest associates in his office involved. All around him were people involved in crime, perjury, accessory after the fact, and you deliberately refused to tell him that. Did you state that the expediency of the election was more important than that?
Senator, I think you put it exactly correct. In my mind, the re-election of Richard Nixon, compared with what was available on the other side, was so much more important that I put it in just that context.
Do you think anything short of a trial for treason could have prevented his election?
Pardon, sir?
Do you think anything short of a trial for treason could have prevented his election?
Well, it depends on what time what area we're talking about. Mr. Thompson and I went through that, and of course depended upon what time and what area it was in.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Talmadge has taken the initiative in looking for motivation, and in this case, the answer was a combination of loyalty and politics. In a moment, it will be Senator Gurney's turn. Public television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
Back to the testimony now with questions by Senator Edward Gurney.
Senator Gurney.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mitchell, you were the President's...
Would you like to have a slight recess?
No, I'm doing fine, sir. I'm here at the pleasure of you gentlemen, so I certainly be delighted to sit as long as you...
You may proceed.
Mr. Mitchell, you were the President's campaign manager in 1968 and the campaign director in 1972, and, of course, his close personal friend. I would assume you had many discussions with him during 1971 and early 1972 about the upcoming political campaign in 72. Is that correct?
Senator, there were discussions, but probably really not as many as you might expect. In other words, we didn't meet daily or even weekly, or sometimes months would go by before we'd meet and discuss the subject matter.
Well, in any of those discussions, Mr. Mitchell, with the President in this time frame, did he ever bring up the matter of bugging and electronic surveillance or dirty tricks in the 1972 presidential campaign?
Certainly not with respect to anything that had to do with politics, Mr. Gurney. Senator, excuse me. I go back to the fact when I should have called you Mayor like I did originally, but Senator, no, sir.
What about 1968? Did that subject ever come up then?
It didn't come up during the campaign in '68. It came up directly after the election. If this is an area in which you want me to get into, it's post the election. It was the day that J. Edgar Hoover and Mr. Helms came up to New York to the Pierre Hotel where the President was interviewing his new personnel for his administration. There was a meeting with Mr. Hoover, and I was present because although I was still protesting that I didn't want to become the Attorney General, I think he's still, that is, he, the President, still thought that he wanted me to. And so I was in the meeting with Mr. Hoover, in which Mr. Hoover advised the President that the landlines of his plane and the Vice President's plane, somebody working in the campaign here in Washington and another embassy, had been bugged during the campaign.
1968.
This is in 1968 in the election.
So the general thrust of my question, of course, was to find out if the President had any concern about bugging, electronic surveillance, dirty tricks in the upcoming 1972 campaign. I suppose if he had, he ought to have discussed it with you, who were the #1 campaign director.
No, Senator, I believe that the conversations went more to the security of the buildings and the personnel than they did electronic surveillance. Obviously, that we did have and we discussed from time to time the necessity of sweeping for determination of whether there are electronic surveillance, the sensitive areas within the campaign headquarters. But of course, as far as the President was concerned, this is always done by the Secret Service, and that was not so much a concern on his part as far as he personally was involved, but just to make sure that we did have good security in connection with our campaign activities.
And that, I guess, is one of the reasons why Mr. McCord was on board. Is that correct?
There's no question about that, sir. And no question about the fact that there were constant sweeps of the building at 1701 and the installation of in-house television so that they could watch corridors and so forth.
Some of these matters I'm going to touch on have obviously been touched on before, but I'll try only to bring up things perhaps that were not mentioned, or perhaps should be mentioned a little more fully. Going to the March meeting at Key Biscayne with Magruder, was LaRue present all the time during these discussions with Magruder?
That would be my belief, Senator. I know that Mr. Magruder's testimony is to the contrary, but I might help if I explain the circumstance. It's rather a large house. It was built as a one-family house, and then the fellow who owned it inherited mother and father-in-law to come to live with him, so he built a second wing on it with a complete operation down there in a large Florida room, which had two telephones in the room. So that I think Magruder's statement was that LaRue was in and out of the room from time to time and so forth. Well, if he was in and out of the room, he must have had very weak kidneys, because there were certainly enough telephones in there to take care of without leaving the room.
What was LaRue's job at this time with you?
Well, Fred LaRue had been at the Committee for the Re-election of the President for quite a few months, and he was what you, I presume, would call a special assistant, although until we got the place organized over there, they never had any titles while I was there, until after I came aboard so that they could be sorted out and put in the proper spots. But I would believe you would call him a special assistant to me, and he was staying at the house on Key Biscayne with us, so that he was there not only the meeting that I had with Magruder, but also the one that I had the previous day with, or the subsequent day, whichever it was, with Harry Fleming.
His mission on that occasion was to be your right-hand man to help you out. Is that the idea?
I would believe that to be the case, plus the fact that he is awful good company and delightful to have around.
Do you recall whether he was present when these electronic plans were discussed by Magruder?
To the best of my recollection, and I'm quite sure that I'm correct, that he was present, and he did take part in the discussion.
Going to this Magruder meeting, I guess I should say alleged meeting, in view of your earlier testimony today about the gemstone files. You mentioned that in the morning...
Is the gemstones file supposed to be the same as the Mitchell file?
Well, the gemstone files, of course, involve information about the bugging, transcripts, things like that, and the testimony, of course, previous here was that they had been put in the Mitchell files and they had been brought to your attention by Mr. Magruder. And you testified this morning that it was supposed to have occurred in the morning, this meeting with Magruder in which he discussed the gemstone files.
Mr. Magruder testified that it happened at the regular 8:30 a.m. meeting.
That's right. And you also testified that your log showed that you had no meetings with Magruder where no one else was present, and that's what I wanted to nail down. Would you amplify that again?
What I'm saying is during the period from what is referred to as the first break-in, which and of course you got mixed testimony whether it took place on the 28th of May or the 30th of May. I don't know when it took place. Magruder said that 1 to 1.5 weeks thereafter, he came up to my office and showed me this material, and that I didn't like it. Therefore, I called Mr. Liddy up, and I chewed Mr. Liddy out and told him to get moving. What I am saying is that my logs do not show a meeting with Mr. Magruder during the May period to the June 17th period in the morning that didn't have other people there for other business. Secondly, I have testified, which happens to be the fact, that I never saw or talked to Mr. Liddy from the second day of February until the 15th day of June of 1972.
I recall that, and that leads me to the next question, which I really am getting at, which I think is the important question. How were these logs prepared? Who prepared them? How did the committee know, for example, that they're precisely accurate?
Well, what had happened, Senator, was that over in the Justice Department, the secretaries that I had over there followed the practice that was always handled in the Justice Department. Nobody got in the door without them being recorded. Nobody made a telephone call in or out without them being recorded, and it records whether the call came in or out and whether you talked or whether the call was placed. Well, much to my surprise, I found out later on that after they came over with me to the law office and the Committee for the Re-election of the President, they continued to do the same thing. I didn't even know they were doing it until after June 17th when we got talking about a lot of these things and found out that they had continued to do this.
So your secretaries, after you went to the committee to re-elect, were the same that you had in the Justice Department, and they always followed this procedure of recording everybody who came in and phone calls in and out.
My secretary, Ms. Lee Jablonski, was the one that continued to do that, yes, sir.
Going on to this...
May I also add, just so that I'll be fully responsive to your question about this meeting so-called by Magruder, that I would point out, and I think that it is very persuasive, at least from the way I look at it, that when Dean met Liddy on June 19th, in other words, this was the first time that anybody had really ever talked to Liddy. According to Mr. Dean's testimony, which is in the record, Mr. Liddy complained to Mr. Dean that Magruder was the one that made him go into the DNC a second time around, et cetera, et cetera. Now, if Mitchell had called him up to the office, I'm sure Liddy isn't stupid enough to try and hide behind Magruder if he had Mitchell to hide behind.
Incidentally, on that point, Magruder pushing Liddy to do this work over at the DNC. Do you have any evidence that Magruder in turn was pushed by anybody to push Liddy?
No, I don't. I tried to answer that before, except
I know you touched on it.
Insofar, I have no personal knowledge of it. As I say, the Dean statements and testimony is replete with who called whom and who was afraid, who was going to take over what, and so forth, but I have no personal knowledge of it.
Let me ask you this. Were there any instances during the campaign when you were the campaign director where Mr. Magruder went over your head on his own without your knowledge or without your direction?
Yes, I think you will find, and we must get the two dates because Senator Talmadge, of course, has had me on one spot at one period of time, and I was officially campaign director for another period of time. I think you will find that in the dirty tricks department, I can give you one example that I can't give you the details of, but I know that happened without my knowledge, and that was a riot that they created up here on the steps of the Capitol that I had no knowledge of and didn't know was being funded. There undoubtedly are others. I know there were beforehand, and I presume there were in between. I can answer your question better after this committee gets through with its dirty tricks investigation.
Well, hopefully we'll find out about all those things. Do you know, and I think maybe I have asked this in another way, but I do want to ask it again. Do you know of any other instances where Mr. Magruder, or do you know of any instances where Mr. Magruder may have been carrying out the instructions of anybody else in connection with his duties at the committee?
Yes, I believe that you'll probably find that that was the case in connection with this matter up here. I think that this was directed out of the White House. I think you will find there are other similar activities, maybe not of the same magnitude or scope.
In other words, you think there probably are instances where he was directed by other people?
I think that perhaps directed can be the word, or it may be the point where they were working in concert on some of these activities.
Let's go to the June 19th meeting, if we may. You talked about that, but mostly in connection with this business of whether there was discussion on destroying the gemstone files. I'm not interested in going over that again, but would you amplify your explanation of what happened at that meeting?
Well, Senator, my recollection of the purpose for the meeting was the fact that not only I, but Mardian, LaRue, who were pretty well up in the campaign by June 17th, had been on a series of events out in California on Saturday and Sunday, and that we had very little contact with what was going on back in Washington. We were on the plane leaving out there at 10:30 and getting back at somewhere at 7 or 8 o'clock at night. What we were concerned of was to find out what was going on in the press, because there, as you know, was an inordinate blast from the Democratic side, and of course for the next 3 months all we did was answer charges and counter charges with respect to the subject matter. So that, to the best of my recollection, the meeting was for the purpose of reviewing what had developed in the case that we didn't know about in our transit, who had been identified in connection with it, and I don't believe that as of June 19th there had been any other identification other than the 5 that had been arrested in the Watergate, how we were going to respond to the Democratic charges with respect to our position, because obviously the security officer of the Committee for the Re-election of the President had been arrested, and where we were going to go from here. Coming back on the plane with Marty and LaRue, I had discussed the concept that we needed an investigation which they should undertake in connection with the committee, and which they did undertake. Now, there seems to be a difference of opinion as to whether or not by the time we had gotten back on the night of June 19th, as to whether or not the Democrats had threatened to sue, and we were talking about lawyers. To the best of my recollection, that came later, although in trying to reconstruct what happened at that, there's been some thought that lawyers for the committee were considered at that meeting, but to my knowledge or recollection, it came at a later date.
Dean testified before the committee that when he got into this whole Watergate affair, and you recall that he was out on the Philippine Islands, I think, and returning when this occurred, that the cover-up had already begun. And my recollection of the first important meeting he had with anybody was this June 19th meeting.
No, sir.
Was there any discussion of cover-up at this meeting?
No, sir. Senator, let me go back and refresh your recollection of Mr. Dean's testimony, and I'm sure these gentlemen here can correct me if I'm wrong on the subject matter. Mr. Dean said that by the time that he came to my apartment to the June 19th meeting, the cover-up had already begun, because he had, and I'm just quoting Mr. Dean, he had met with Liddy, he had met with Magruder, he had met with Strawn and advised that they had destroyed documents. He said that he met with Ehrlichman and Colson and that they were trying to get Hunt out of the country. I'm not vouching for these as being facts. I'm telling you what Dean said that he did that day, in which he came to the conclusion that the cover-up had already started. by the time he got to the meeting of the 19th. He also testified that he did not discuss any of those subject matters with us at the meeting at my apartment on the 19th.
Were any specific instructions given at that meeting to anybody?
No, because I don't think we had anything to provide specific instructions for. I think what we were really looking at was what was the PR aspects of it, where we were going to be hit next with another broadside, and how we were going to respond to it. And of course you did that from day to day as the UPI, the AP carried the stories.
Incidentally, why do you think Dean was there at the meeting?
I don't know. And trying to reconstruct that in my mind, because I'd completely forgotten about the meeting until the testimony, I would have believed that somebody, it wasn't me, but it was probably Bob Mardian, it could have been Fred LaRue. We were flying back on an aircraft that needed an interim stop, as I recall. They probably called ahead to the office and said, get so-and-so, so let's find out what's going on in connection with this.
Turning to the cover-up payments now, I think we've already discussed this business about the supposed meeting where you said that somebody ought to get in touch with Comback to raise the money for the cover-up, and you have denied that this took place. That's correct.
I specifically deny this with respect to the so-called meeting of June 28th, in which Dean puts it in a sequence on June 28th, where the CIA thing flops, and then there's a meeting with Marty and LaRue and Dean and myself, and I say to Dean, you go get somebody in the White House to call Comback. I tell you that meeting didn't happen because I was in New York.
Was there any other meeting where that occurred, or something like that occurred?
No, there's been a question here today as to whether or not I had a meeting on January 19th, which would have been the eve of the inauguration, with Dean and Comback, in which Comback was asked to re-enter the fundraising activities. I have no recollection of that whatsoever. And as I said before, the way that Comback exited from the fundraising activities, due to his notoriety, I would have found it very difficult for me to suggest that he get back into it.
Do you have any personal knowledge about the cover-up money, how it was raised, by whom, who paid it?
I have, well, let me see if I can answer all of your questions. First of all, I've never met with any of the defendants. I've never talked to any of them. I've never talked to any of their lawyers except Maroulis on that occasion that I mentioned. I've never handled any negotiations in connection with it. I've never even seen, until I've seen the exhibits here, the letters that, letters that were written by Hunt. Starting at the beginning of it, which I understand to be the beginning of it, which was the Comback activity that resulted from a telephone call to him on the 28th, where the meetings were held on the 29th at the hotel that I hope you finally have gotten straightened out. I didn't know that money had been passed over by Mr. Stans to Comback until I heard his testimony or read his testimony on the subject matter. I didn't know that. I did know that somewhere along the way there had been money transferred to Fred LaRue out of, and I forget the testimony on it, but I'm sure it's here. This is the amount of money that Mr. Stans, I think, said was turned over to LaRue by Sloan and Stans at the advice of Marty or LaRue or something.
But you found out this later in the testimony before this committee?
Yes, I've found it out later as these things unfolded.
But I'm talking about now in June and July, when a lot of these money-raising activities and payments took place. You have no personal knowledge about that.
I have no personal knowledge about the raising of them or the distribution of them or who was receiving them or how they were received. I must go back to point out that in the Liddy, Mardian, LaRue debriefing, Liddy said that he thought that it was right, or whatever phrase he used, that the committee help him get bail to get these people out of jail, and that was turned down flat, cold out.
Well, let's turn to this executive clemency thing, which of course is important because the only person who can offer that is the president. There was testimony by Dean that you had instructed him to offer it to McCord. What about that testimony?
Well, that's in my opinion, is a complete fabrication, because the negotiations with McCord started when I was entirely out of the way. I was down in Florida. And this, of course, was the thing that was handled through Caulfield. It wasn't Mitchell. And I think if you look at Dean's total testimony, you will get to the same conclusion that I have come to, that the only discussion of executive clemency that I've ever heard about was during some time in January, where Hunt was in a psychological state in which he made demands on either Colson directly or through Bittman or whatever it was with respect to the subject matter. And the word got back to me from somebody, whether it was Dean or O'Brien or whoever it was, that the only person that Hunt would take a commitment from for executive clemency was from Colson. And that's where it ended.
Well, I recall your testimony on that, because Dean also testified that he had discussed it one time with the president in the president's office, and also that in a conversation he had with Colson, Dean I'm talking about, Colson said he discussed it with the president. Did Dean ever discuss executive clemency with you?
Only to report the conversations or the dialogue that was going on between Colson, Hunt, and Bittman, and I don't know what order the matter was taken.
At no other time?
No other time.
And he's never mentioned the fact that he had this discussion with the president about it?
No, sir.
Did you ever discuss it with the president?
Executive clemency?
Yes.
I certainly did not, Senator. We've never gotten into areas relating to the Watergate or the cover-up where it would bring any such subject matter to the fore.
Do you think it might be reasonable to assume that if the president had been discussing this with anyone, that he might have touched base with you on it?
Well, I don't know. That's quite an assumption. Of course, I was now practicing law in New York and didn't see him as often as I had in the past, didn't talk to him as often. But I would think that before he got into this area, it's quite conceivable that he would, because I know that if as a proper analogy, when it came to the point of the problem of executive clemency in connection with the meeting of March 22nd, he asked him if I would come down and talk to them about it. This is the best answer I can give you on the subject matter.
You mentioned just now that you, of course, had talked to the president on a number of occasions, and perhaps this is the proper time to turn to these. The logs from the president's office show a number of times that you did have conversations with the president. I think the very first one has already been discussed in the exchange you had with Senator Talmadge. That's the June 20th one, and we don't have to go over that again. There was a meeting on June 30th in the President's Executive Office building with Haldeman present. I presume that means that the President and Haldeman and you were present. Do you recall that meeting?
I recall it very well.
And what was discussed?
There was a luncheon meeting in which my resignation was discussed. and finally accepted, in which we discussed a successor.
And that was the only subject at that meeting?
That was the only subject of that meeting, to my knowledge.
On July the 1st, there was a phone call from the President from San Clemente to you in Washington. Could you give us the substance of that phone call?
July the 1st was the date upon which the announcement was made of my resignation. And we had agreed that certain people would be called by certain people. For instance, I would call Governor Rockefeller, Governor Reagan, and so forth on down the line. This meeting, as you noticed, lasted for quite a while because it was the day of the announcement, and the President spent quite a period of time, as I recall, talking to my wife on the telephone, trying to pep her up and tell her the world hadn't ended.
Yes, that was a 23-minute talk, as I
Yes, sir.
see here. But was Watergate discussed at all?
Not to my recollection, Senator, and I'm quite sure that it would not have been.
On July the 11th, there was a very short call here. It says 12:48 to 12:49.
12:43 to 49, as I understand it, Senator.
What is that?
12:43 to 49.
This sheet says 12:48, but I'll take your
Well, of
correction.
course, mine came from the White House, so it could quite possibly be screwed up.
Touche.
Matter of fact, I think the covering letter was signed by Mr. Buzzard.
Anyway, it says that the President called from San Clemente to Mitchell in Washington. What was that about?
We're talking about the July 11th meeting?
That's right.
The best of my recollection was a conversation we had concerning when the President would do something concretely about the Vice President. You remember this was just before, as I recall, the Democrat National Convention that was held shortly thereafter. And the President had, I believe, according to the conversation that I remember, had pretty well come to the conclusion that two things. Number one, that he was being shot at from the Javitzes and Percys and so forth about the Vice President. Maybe not Percy, but some of the people in the party were shooting at him about continuing the Vice President. And yet, at the same time, it did not look like it would be a feasible thing to announce his preference for the Vice Presidency right on the eve of the Democrat National Committee. And this is the conversation that I remember that took place in that time frame, and it brings to mind the fact that at the next meeting that's shown there is shown with the Vice President, Mr. Haldeman, in the President's office, where the announcement had previously, I think, been made or was about to be made, and there was quite a discussion of the part that the President was to play in the campaign.
This is the July 27th meeting you're talking about with Haldeman and Harlow? And
No, it's a July 21st meeting.
I mean the July 21st meeting. And the Vice President came in during that meeting, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But at neither of these meetings, July 11th or July 21st, was Watergate discussed, is that correct?
Absolutely, sir.
Then the next meeting is the one that I skipped to, July 27th at the Navy Yard with Haldeman and Harlow and McGregor.
This, as I recall, was a dinner discussion of politics on the Sequoia because of the reference to the Navy Yard and the time frame, and it was a general discussion of politics. Had nothing to do with the Watergate or the cover-up.
The next log reference is August the 1st, morning telephone call from the President to you. Do you recall the substance of that call?
No, this is one of the couple here that I have no recollection of what the call might be. Now, It could be in connection with the upcoming convention, but I have no recollection of the nature of that conversation.
And then on August 4th through August 6th, it says that you were a guest of the President's at Assateague Island. Do you recall what occurred there, or did anything occur about Watergate there?
Well, there's nothing occurred on Watergate. It was a purely social occasion. As I testified this morning, I do have a very distinct recollection that this was the particular time and event when Senator McGovern became 1,000% sure that Senator Eagleton wasn't going to be with them, and they were selecting a new vice president during that weekend. And we had quite a number of discussions as to about that subject matter. That was the topic of it, but I don't recall discussing anything relating to Watergate.
There were meetings on August the 14th in the Oval Office. Haldeman was present part of the time, or I guess all of the time, and McGregor was present part of the time. What were those discussions about?
About the campaign, the 1972 campaign, and unrelated to it, to the Watergate or anything else that might have to do with it.
And on August the 25th, there was a call from San Clemente, from the President, to you here in Washington in the morning. Do you recall what that was about?
I don't know whether it was this one or the earlier one, but as I think I testified this morning, and I have a reasonably good recollection that the President and I discussed during this pre-Republican convention activity, and probably by telephone. According to my recollection, the problem the Rules Committee was having down there with respect to the representation of the various factors in the 76 convention. As you recall, there was quite an active ongoing question that covered lots of areas of the party, and I believe I have a recollection of talking to him on the telephone on that subject matter.
On September the 13th, there was a meeting at Camp David with the President. Besides yourself, Mr. McGregor was there, and Mr. Connolly and Mr. Haldeman. Do you recall what the subject of those meetings were?
Yes, this had to do entirely with the political campaign, and the scheduling of the President. I might say here that, which I think I mentioned this morning at one of these meetings, and I remember particularly that Senator Connolly was there, not Senator Connolly, Governor Secretary Connolly was there, that we discussed the Watergate to the extent of the desirability of the President appointing a commission, such as the Warren Commission, to investigate it, or a special prosecutor, etc. And I believe it was the unanimous opinion that the appropriate thing to do was to let the normal courses of justice take its place.
On September the 26th, there was a meeting between you and the President in, says Waldorf Astoria. I presume that was in New York. And then also, that was an afternoon meeting, and there was also an evening meeting between you and the President in New York. Haldeman was present at that occasion. And then a dinner later on at the Waldorf. What about these meetings? What were they for?
The sequence is that the President met at the first meeting of 4:30 to 4:42 with the parties that are designated here, including Mr. Max Fisher and myself. And then we moved from that to a meeting with some distinguished citizens of the Jewish community, and went on to an affair in the same hotel where Nelson Rockefeller had all of his political personnel, and came from there back to the President's suite, which shows that the President, Mr. Haldeman, and myself were there from 6:25 to 6:42, and to the best of my recollection, all we discussed was the activities that had going on that afternoon and what impact they'd had with what particular people and what was going to happen that particular night, where he had to make a speech in the building in connection with the salute to the President dinner.
On October the 6th, there was a meeting in the Oval Office with the President. At that meeting, besides yourself, there was Haldeman, Ehrlichman, McGregor, Dole, and Hollow. What was that meeting about?
Entirely, to my recollection, all of these meetings that I was attending at this particular time, because I was then residing in New York, that I would come down to sit in on these political meetings, and I'm sure that if Senator Dole was there, that obvious had something to do with it.
In connection with the campaign?
With the campaign.
That would be true of the meeting of October the 17th, too?
Yes, sir. And 26th.
And 24th?
24th, rather.
Says here?
Yes, sir.
Now then, on November the 6th, there was a phone call to you about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you know what that was about?
November 6th was the day before the election, and I remember the call quite well, even though it was very short. The President and I were exchanging guesstimates as to how many states he would carry.
And on November the 24th, there was a meeting in New York at your law office?
Yes, sir.
2 meetings, I take it here. Some people were in one meeting, and then some other people were in another meeting.
Yes, sir.
What were these about?
Well, the President decided that he would stop in and call and see the people that he had worked with for quite a number of years at the law firm, and as it indicates here, at least on the sheet that I have, that he met with the senior partners for a period of time. He also met with the junior partners, and then he spoke to the entire staff of the law firm, some 400 people.
And on that day, did you have any discussion with him about Watergate at all?
No, sir. There prime discussions in the smaller group that involved the partners of the firm dealt entirely with some of the thoughts that he then had that early about the reorganization of the government.
I expect probably the next one is almost self-evident, a call on December the 25th. Was that about Christmas?
No question about it. Yes, sir.
And on March the 2nd, the last one here on the White House log shows a meeting in the Executive Office Building with the President and Dean and Ehrlichman and Haldeman. March 22nd, I guess.
March 22nd.
They listed it as 2nd at first, and there's another little 2 here. Well, I guess that's been thoroughly discussed already.
As you referred to it, it has had to do with Watergate, but it had to do with this committee and the stance of the President with respect to it, and particularly with respect to executive privilege. Counsel tells me that sometime back along the way I used the word executive clemency when I should have used executive privilege. I do know the distinction, and I hope somebody can correct the record.
Now, in these various meetings, did the President ever bring up to you at any time the cover-up business that was going on in Watergate?
No, sir. I'm thoroughly convinced that the President was not aware of it.
And I hesitate to use this word impression, but it's certainly been used often enough in these hearings. Did you ever get any impression that the President had any knowledge of cover-up of Watergate?
No, sir. It was quite the contrary.
one other question, Mr. Mitchell here, about the FBI reports. There was testimony that on a meeting of June 24th, this was a meeting of you and Magruder and Mardian and Dean. Dean testifies that you suggested it would be helpful to see FBI reports. Can you shed any light on that?
This was his testimony at a meeting of June 24th?
Yes, that's right.
I have no recollection of the discussion of anything at that meeting of June 24th except this problem that we had with respect to trying to iron out, this was the Saturday that I was talking about, trying to iron out the problems we had and the discrepancies between Magruder and Sloan, that substantially all of the day was spent on that subject matter, other than the conversations that I had with Mr. Stans later on.
And I'd like to go over just one other meeting here.
Counsel, I think, makes a very good point, and I'm sorry that I didn't think of it, that there might not have even been FBI reports by the 24th of June. I don't know when they started interviewing people.
Well, that may well be, because we
and let me say in connection with that, Mr. Dean also said that I asked to see his, I guess he called it a summary and so forth, and he showed it to me, and then he testified he never took the documents out of his office, and I've never been in Mr. Dean's office, and I've never seen the summary from the FBI, so while we're on the FBI reports, I thought I might give you at least the sequence, and I think that Mr. Dean testified that he did not receive FBI reports until sometime in July. Now, whether it was July 23rd or 31st or sometime, but it was well on into July, so I don't see how they could have been discussed back on the 24th of June.
Well, we certainly can check out the FBI records on that. You may well have a point there.
It might be a good idea to take the fingerprints off and find out who did see them.
Well, thanks for that suggestion, if they're still there. Just one other area of inquiry. You had a rather long meeting with Mr. Dean in your law office. This memorandum, which Mr. Dean prepared, says April the 10th, but I don't think that's the exact date, is it?
Yes, I believe it is.
I
believe it was April 10th. Yes.
Anyway, that's the meeting I'm talking about.
This is the one where Mr. Dean lays out all of his options?
That's right.
Including to go to South America or wherever it was he was going to go?
Well, that, I think, is the meeting we're talking about. His memorandum says that he talked about the Fifth Amendment, and I told him that would not only hurt me personally, but also hurt the President. Did he discuss that with you?
The Fifth Amendment?
Taking the Fifth Amendment?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Was that pretty much the discussion that you had with him?
As best I can recall it, the only thing that disturbs me about that meeting was that the prosecutors wanted him to tape it, and I wish the hell he had, so he'd have an accurate description of what took place, not just his recollection.
He also said he talked about the lawyer-client privilege. I suppose that was in matters discussed between him and the President.
Well, excuse me, Senator, for interrupting, but these, at that particular time, were all subject matters that were being quite widely debated in the press, as well as his individual problem. And, of course, by that time, he had long since gone to counsel and to the prosecutors, so that he was pretty well advised on not only his options, but as to how he should, I'm sure, present them.
Well, why do you think he spent all this time talking about these things with you? Can you give your version of what this meeting was all about?
What the version of the meeting?
Yes.
Well, I think the memorandum, outside of a few little self-serving vignettes about it, I think probably did pretty well set forth what the circumstances were. I was going to be in Washington. Of course, John Dean and I had discussed this matter over very, very many months, and I think that he was coming to tell me that, without telling me he had gone to the prosecutors, etc., that he had come to the end of the road, and these were his options, and he was going to have to take one of them.
Who requested the meeting?
I don't recall, Senator.
He indicates that you had requested the meeting.
I don't recall his testimony to that fact. It may very well be that I was to be in Washington and was to see him and be brought up onto current developments in connection with the matter. As you know, this followed the March 22 meeting and the March 28th meeting that we had had.
The memorandum starts out here. Mitchell had called the day before requesting that I meet with him in Washington. Ehrlichman and Holloman both told me I should meet with him to tell him that I would be going before the grand jury. Accordingly, I agreed to the meeting after having advised my counsel. That's his version of it.
Pardon?
That's his version of who called the meeting.
Well, as I say, I don't have no recollection of who called it. I'm perfectly willing to accept it on that basis. There wouldn't be anything unique about my going to Washington to see John Dean under these circumstances, even though they had progressed to this point, because obviously he had done a lot of things that I was completely unaware of until some of them even came out in this meeting.
Just one final question, Mr. Mitchell. When do you think the President found out about Watergate and the cover-up?
I haven't any idea, Senator. I haven't any idea at all. If I had to speculate, I would speculate that he probably found out about the cover-up when he talked to the people in government and got the true story out of the people in government.
And this would be in what time frame?
I haven't any idea. I wasn't involved in it. I haven't discussed it with him or with the people in government.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
The committee will stand in recess until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
So, the first day of John Mitchell's testimony ends with his reputation for being unflappable still intact. But there were hints that things could get rougher later, and that Mitchell's demeanor might change. There was Georgia Senator Herman Talmadge, who strongly suggested that Mitchell might be guilty of perjury for testifying before Senator Kennedy last year that he had no campaign responsibilities while he was still Attorney General. Mitchell now admits that he did have such responsibilities, and he says the squabble just involves semantics. But Talmadge sees a clear conflict there. And earlier there were a few clashes when Mitchell seemed to be getting upset by questioning from Chief Committee Counsel Sam Dash. Each time, Dash backed down to restore the narrative. Mitchell will have at least another full day of testifying, perhaps two, and he will be able to explain at greater length why he chose to tell the President nothing about the Watergate cover-up. After today's hearing, NPAC correspondent Peter Kay talked with Florida Senator Edward Gurney about the impact of Mitchell's testimony.
In this particular testimony that Mr. Mitchell gave today, there was a lot of discrepancies, outright contradictions between what he said, between what John Dean said and Jeb Magruder said. Now, how can all this really be resolved?
Well, there's no question about it. There are differences, and profound differences in some instances. I think Mr. Mitchell used the word lie a couple of times as far as previous testimony is concerned. I don't know that we can resolve those right now because we only have the versions of the three people. But I do think as other witnesses will come on who are key witnesses in this affair that probably some of these matters will be resolved because, well, let's just take one piece of conflicting testimony here. And that really was the start of Watergate, the authorization of the electronic bugging down at the meeting at Key Biscayne. Magruder, of course, said that's when it was authorized.
And Mitchell says it wasn't.
And Mitchell said it wasn't. Now, that was one of the reasons why I questioned him again on that at quite some length. Was LaRue present at that meeting?
So
LaRue is coming before the committee, and LaRue may be the answer to whether this was authorized or whether it wasn't. And there are other instances, I think, where we can bring other witnesses who will shed light on the contradictions in the testimony.
Let me ask you a last quick question, because our time's about up. Do you think perhaps with the John Dean testimony that perhaps the president's credibility has maybe bottomed out there, and with the testimony of John Mitchell and others, there may be more confidence in his own role in the Watergate affair?
Yes, in fact, I have said that many times in meetings with private people who ask me about Watergate. I've said that I thought that the president's worst day was probably the first day that Mr. Dean testified.
Senator, I hate to cut you off right at this time, but our time is up. Thank you very much.
All right, under questioning from Senator Gurney and others, did John Mitchell in fact tell us anything new today, and if so, what? Well, I'm going to put that question now to two gentlemen who watched the proceedings with us today. They are Stephen Hess, former aide to Richard Nixon, an author on political subjects, and now a senior fellow at Brookings Institution, and David Epstein, a former prosecutor here in the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Washington, who's now an adjunct professor of law at the Georgetown University Law Center. All right, first to you, Mr. Hess. What about it? Did we learn anything new?
No, I think what John Mitchell left us with after his first day of testimony were massive numbers of contradictory statements. First, he seemed to contradict much of the testimony that Jeb Magruder presented. Then he contradicted much of the testimony that John Dean had testified to. Clearly, John Mitchell is not going to admit to any wrongdoing, no matter how hard pressed. They all agree that all of these awful things happen, but if one is to believe John Mitchell, he was not criminally implicated in any of them. He never seemed to discuss anything very serious with the president. His subordinates were continually insubordinate. Others who he left unnamed apparently countermanded his wishes on crucial matters. His intentions were apparently often misunderstood by those who he met with. Well, what are we left with? We're left with the thought that John Mitchell, if we're to believe his own words and on the basis of his own words, may have been the most ill-informed and incompetent presidential campaign manager in history.
Mr. Epstein, what did you make of the fact that he seemed to pick and choose when he would go with Magruder's testimony or Dean's testimony and when he wouldn't? Is this, of course, a very common thing, is it not? And anybody coming along after other witnesses?
By and large, the times when he agreed with Magruder and Dean's testimony was with respect to facts that were either corroborated in other ways, for example, meetings that probably had records in his logs or that several people had attended, and the instances when he disagreed with the testimony of Dean and Magruder with respect to instances when there appeared to be no additional corroboration, for example, with respect to conversations, with respect to what had been said at various times. In a sense, in response to your earlier question, what did we learn from Mr. Mitchell? Well, he's has indicated now that his hindsight is much better than his foresight. And that, I think, is the questioning that the committee should engage in the next few days, and that is to determine why his hindsight now leads him to different conclusions than his foresight did at the time these events were happening. How did these different events happen with various people acting in insubordinate ways and various people doing things without any knowledge by the person who was in charge of the committee to re-elect the president?
Now, Mr. Hess said that, accurately, that Mr. Mitchell didn't admit to doing anything wrong. From a criminal legal standpoint, is that correct? Did he say anything today that would make him culpable in any kind of conspiracy charge or anything like that as it relates to the Watergate and particularly the Watergate cover-up?
Well, he certainly was quite clear and distinct that he had nothing to do with the Watergate itself, that on 3 occasions information was presented to him or plans were presented to him by either Liddy and Magruder or Magruder suggesting some kind of operations, but that on each occasion Mr. Mitchell very definitely refused to participate or to authorize. As far as the cover-up was concerned, he never acknowledged taking part in a cover-up. He talked about keeping the lid on tight, and that this he was doing because it would be politically embarrassing to the president. That is, of course, a question of semantics, whether keeping the lid on tight is the same as cover-up.
Yeah, let me ask you this last question, Mr. Hess. Did you pick up any pattern to his testimony in terms of his feelings about any of the individuals involved as he fits into Haldeman, Ehrlichman versus Magruder, Dean, or anything like that?
Well, he certainly had a disdain for everything that seemed to go on in the White House. He talked about White House horrors repeatedly, and while he didn't mention Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Ehrlichman specifically by name, apparently deliberately, he certainly left the suspicion that that's who he was talking about.
Yeah. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Well, this day marks the halfway point in the first phase of the Watergate hearings. We've had 17 days of hearings now, and 18 more days are scheduled before the committee plans to leave for the August congressional recess. It'd be foolish to make any firm predictions at this stage about the outcome, but one can speculate, now that we've heard the thrust of John Mitchell's testimony, about the major point puzzling and worrying us all, and that is the involvement of the president. A great deal hinged on John Mitchell, how much he'd been alienated from the White House by the suspicion that he might be being made a scapegoat. Of all the witnesses scheduled to follow John Dean, Mitchell seemed the most likely to have been in a position to incriminate the president himself. Today he made clear that he had not come before the committee to do that. Obviously, he has still to undergo strenuous cross-examination, but the committee's record for forcing witnesses to change the main thrust of their testimony is not remarkable. So one can speculate that Mr. Mitchell will leave the caucus room tomorrow or Wednesday with his story and his defense of the president intact. Where else in the remaining witnesses is there a man with the motive or the knowledge to incriminate the president? Perhaps only one man, Eagle Krogh, once chief of the White House Plumbers Group, who John Dean claims got his authorization for the Ellsberg psychiatrist's break-in from the Oval Office. And Krogh has already said publicly that he ordered the break-in on his own authority. If this line of speculation, and I emphasize that it's only speculation, holds up, the conclusion is that with today's testimony, Mr. Nixon passed the high watermark of personal danger. And if all that is true, impeachment, censure of the president, or his resignation is not in the cards. We'll be back tomorrow night. For my colleagues Jim Lehrer and Peter Kay, this is Robert McNeil. Good night for NPACT.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This coverage is made possible by grants for special events coverage from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation, and has been a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.